Recording in progress.
IPU involves more than 46,000 parliamentarians over the world. Men and women dedicate their lives to defend freedoms, democracy, the state of law. It's time to the international community and IPU recognize the role that each one deserves. Each year, we will give this award to one parliamentarian. colleagues, welcome back. We gave the academic 15 minutes of delay, but now we needed to begin. And we are now waiting the presentation of different reports. The Forum of Women Parliamentarians, I will invite the President of the Forum, Mrs. Malaquias, to present the report of the 35 session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. Ms. Malaquias, you have the floor.
Madame Presidente de l'Assemblée nationale.
Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, Carolina Cerqueira, President of the IPU, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, Secretary General of the IPU, Martin Chungong, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to present this report of the 36th session of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, which I had the honour of presiding over. The forum met on the 23rd of October with 196 participants, including 131 parliamentarians from 61 countries. 102 female parliamentarians and 29 male parliamentarians were present. The forum was taking place in a context in which we were discussing the resolution against on children. We were calling for strong legislation on this, and we wanted to foster international cooperation. It was crucial to tackle the root causes of trafficking, we said, and its gender aspect, because often early pregnancies and unwanted pregnancies go hand in hand with poverty and other factors in exacerbating this problem. And there's also the issue of discrimination and gender-based violence, as well as the lack of education services when it comes to sexual and genetic health. I'm delighted to see that all the proposals put forward were included in the text adopted by the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights. I'm looking forward to seeing the adoption of this resolution by the Assembly. We also debated the challenges being faced by female politicians in pursuing political careers. The forum was a platform for us to exchange some very interesting and genuine ideas on this topic. I would like to convey to all my sisters the arresting call from the forum to occupy the political space, promote zero tolerance on sexist violence in our parliaments, to help one another as women, and to work with male colleagues to change mentalities. Colleagues, we also had a very significant debate about family responsibilities and the sharing of those between men and women. I'm very pleased that a number of male participants were at the forum, and advocated for this and for the involvement of men in child rearing and domestic tasks. I am extremely proud and admiring of the new president-elect of the IPU. Madam, your determination, your commitment and your passion for public service have been obvious over the course of your entire career, and to see such a competent woman with such integrity acceding to this prestigious position is a source of inspiration for all women. The IPU plays a pivotal role in promoting democracy and dialogue among parliamentarians at the global level. Under your leadership, I am convinced that this organisation will once again reach new heights and continue to make major contributions to achieving a fairer and more balanced world. Ms. Tulia, I wish you every success in this new adventure. May your term be marked with significant achievements, major progress, and a vision that will not only benefit the IPU, but also the entire international community. Finally, thank you for having participated in this 147th Assembly of the IPU. It was a great pleasure for me and for my country to welcome you here, and I wish you a safe journey back to your countries. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Commitment of all women during this assembly. And now I will give the floor to Mrs. Muteka from Namibia to present the report of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians.
Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, please allow me, before I get into the report, to take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Axon for being elected as the President of the IPU. Madam Speaker, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues and friends, here in Luanda, our Forum of Young Parliamentarians has managed to bring together 86 young MPs from 57 different countries. We were nearly gender balanced, with about 41% of us being women. This was also one of our largest forum meetings yet, and I hope that this trend does not end here. In our meeting, we were presented with the IPU's latest report on youth participation in national parliaments. Colleagues, let this be another wake-up call. Levels of youth participation are still extremely low. A mere 2.8% of MPs are under the age of 30. 39% of parliaments have 0 MPs under the age of 30. Only 18% of parliaments have caucuses of young people. And in 70% of chambers, you can be old enough to vote, but still young to run. I'll repeat that. In 70% of our chambers, you can be old enough to vote, but young to run. We talk about achieving SDG 16, but how will that be possible if the youth continues to be sidelined? But this forum was not just about problems, but about solutions as well. We heard about recent elections with record numbers of young people, specifically MPs, taking office. We heard about young MPs in leadership positions in the global conference like COP28, and we've heard about the new public outreach initiatives to connect the youth to parliaments. We need to turn the sparks into blaze, which is why we want everyone here to say yes to the youth in Parliament. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to please encourage that before you return to your countries, to visit our stand, and please take a picture at the stand that says, "I say yes to youth in Parliament." After bringing our youth perspectives to the theme of this Assembly's general debate and its draft resolution, we held hearings with candidates running for the IPU presidency. The forum appreciated their presence and their commitment to ensure greater numbers of young people in the assemblies and in leadership structures. The forum also approved the nomination of Mr. Shaheen from Azerbaijan to our board, and I would like to take this opportunity to welcome him to our youth movement. We have also appointed Mr. Soto from Peru. We've also appointed Mr. Soto from Peru and Mrs. Sarah from UAE to provide youth overview reports to the resolutions which will be discussed at the next assembly in Geneva. Before the forum meeting, our board met to discuss how further to advance the youth participation at the IPU. We agreed that if we want to continue to be the champions of youth empowerment, we need to be unflinching. We need to be bolder. We also need to be more proactive. Hence, we asserted the call to lower the age limit for what defines a young member of parliament at the IPU to 40 years. As one of the follow-ups to our recent global conference of young MPs in Vietnam, we also agreed to take steps to establish a new youth hub on digital transformation and innovation within the IPU Center for Innovation in Parliament. Dear colleagues, this was our first assembly as the new board of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians. We do not simply want to carry the touch of our predecessors. We want to light the new ones. We have ambitious goals, and we invite you all to join us in this new chapter as youth in the IPU. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, also for the participation of so many young parliamentarians in our assembly and the energy that we may receive from their participation every day we meet together. Now, we will give the floor to have a presentation of the report of the Committee on the Middle East question. And so, I understood we have two, not one, but two speakers on this issue. Mr. Talsma from Netherlands and Mr. Darwish from Egypt. I will ask them to take the floor. I don't know who will begin, but you will understand it between yourselves.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We, my highly esteemed colleague Karim Darwish from Egypt, and I are pleased to report together on the meetings held by the IPU Committee on Middle East Questions on the 21st of July, 17 October, 23rd of October, and the 26th of October. During our meetings, we agreed that it was important that we, as representatives of the global parliamentary community, demonstrate that we can transcend our differences and unite on the topic of the crisis in Israel and Palestine, demonstrating our commitment to finding peaceful solutions on behalf of human beings. We agreed that not coming to a common position would be a failure of the international community for both Palestinian and Israeli civilians, for the innocent people who have been killed or wounded, those who have lost their homes and who fear for their lives every day. It would be a failure for the children who have been killed or wounded, who are living under fear, who have lost family members, and who will continue to suffer if we do not set aside our differences and act now. We agreed that our utmost priority is the bloodshed being stopped immediately.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague, Mr. Talsama. We also agreed that as the IPU's specialized body on the peace process in the Middle East, we should propose a set of recommendations which would lead to the resolution of the crisis in Israel and Palestine. They are as follows. Firstly, the cessation of all acts of violence by all parties by way of a complete ceasefire. Secondly, the immediate, permanent, and unimpeded lifting of the humanitarian aid blockade of the Gaza Strip. Thirdly, the immediate release of all hostages. Fourth, the unconditional and absolute respect of international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and United Nations resolutions, including, in particular, the full protection of Palestinian and Israeli civilians who must never be a target of violence. Fifth, the resumption of negotiations between both parties with the aim of establishing a two-state solution. And finally, we agreed on holding a visit to the region at the earliest opportunity by a delegation of members of the IPU Committee on Middle East Questions. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you also for the hard work you done and the declaration that it was possible to bring to the Governing Council. Thank you for your work. And dear colleagues, we have we need also to elect 3 members to the Committee on the Middle East questions. We receive 3 proposals. Mr. Arshakin from Armenia, Mr. Mantakmil Arja from Indonesia, and Mrs. Erdogan of Turkey. So I will ask Secretary General if it is conform the needs or if there is any kind of problem that we needed to manage.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. For this committee, I think we have a slight problem. You, Council, are required to elect members. I think you are required to elect 3 members to fill the vacancies, but 2 of those members have to be women and 1 man. Currently, we have a slate of candidates where we have just 1 woman and 2 men. Mr. President, according to past practice, you would invite the Governing Council to endorse the election of the woman candidate from Turkey as a member of the Middle East Committee, but you would then ask for the election of 1 man to fill the slot to be filled by 1 man here, because you have 2 positions, 2 submissions then we would have to proceed to a vote if both maintain their candidatures, and then you can allow time for the filling of the remaining slot regarding women. This can be done at a subsequent election. So today, it is important that you confirm the election of Ms. Erdogan of Turkey, and then you, by vote, you elect a male person to fill the one vacancy that the male are entitled to. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your information and clarification. So allow me, because sometimes we have luck and we solve the problem without the need more complications. This way I will ask the two candidates, Mr. Ashakin from Armenia and Mr. Mantekmi Garsha of Indonesia, I will ask if they maintain the request to be candidate. Indonesia, please, and Armenia. Armenia, okay. Armenia, maintain. Okay, and Indonesia?
Indonesia, maintain.
Okay, so we need to vote. It's easy. And just one point, just a second. Okay, just to confirm that if no one make opposition, we may accept Mrs. Erdogan from Turkey as she as a member of the Middle East Committee by acclamation, because it's one candidate without competition. Is it okay? So, thank you. My congratulations to Mrs. Erdogan, and I wish her good work in this very important committee, to the IPU. And now we will do what we did. I just try to understand if the Secretariat is ready to count the votes. We will do as we did it this morning to other positions when we have more than two candidates. I will ask first who is in favor of the candidate of Armenia, and second, who is in favor of the candidate of Indonesia, and after it we will give the results. So, not just here, but at the balcony as well, I see our colleagues from the Secretariat ready to count the votes. And so, who is in favor, vote in favor of the candidate of Armenia? Raise your hands, please. Yes, please take note that three members of the Parliament are already here to speak, but they are available to vote, of course. Is it okay? I ask Secretariat if the members may. Secretariat, they can, it's done, they can, because it's a long exercise? Okay, thank you so much. I have the information also there on the balcony the same. So, it's done. Now, who is in favor of the candidate of Indonesia? Please raise your hands. balcony, it's done? It's a question. Is it okay in the balcony? I think yes. And here, it's the same. It's done. The colleagues can. It's okay? May I? Okay. Thank you so much for your participation. So, we need to wait always a little some minutes to have the result. If you don't mind, we can go to the presentation of the next report, and then I will give you the information about the results. And we're talking about the Committee to Promote Respect for International Humanitarian Law. I will give the floor to the chair, Mr. Kari, to make the presentation. Please.
Thank you. Mr. President, I thank you. And I take this very early opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Tulia for being elected the President of the IPU. We are greatly proud as Africa, and it is a special moment even for us who hail from East Africa. In the same breath, I'd like to congratulate the outgoing President for an amazing tenure in office and for pushing the work that we do at IPU to a higher level. We thank you. Dear colleagues, I am here to present a report from the Committee for the Respect of International Humanitarian Laws, and it will be sacrilegious of me to not thank the government of Angola, the Parliament of Angola, and the organizing committee for organizing such an amazing 147th General Assembly of the IPU. Dear colleagues, the Committee to Promote Respect for International Humanitarian Law met on Tuesday in Luanda, and you shall find your report in the set of documents that you shall be taking with you. And so I am going to only dwell on 2 points. In view of our mandate, we spend time discussing the humanitarian crisis in some of the key areas, focusing in particular on the plight of refugees and the internally displaced persons. Since we last met in Manama, in Bahrain, the overall picture has worsened with the multiplication of situations of conflict. Dear colleagues, by May 2023, our world saw more than 110 million people forcibly displaced to escape from violence and persecution or human rights violations. 110 million. These displaced populations require particular care. They often live in dire and difficult situations where access to food and water, healthcare, and education are challenging, and insecurity is high. Humanitarian needs are tremendous, and the special attention is needed for the provision of assistance and protection of vulnerable populations, such as women who are at particular risk of gender-based violence, children who are exposed to malnutrition, trafficking, and abuse, and minorities and discriminated groups that see their vulnerability increased by these displacements. Now, climate-related disasters have also had a disproportionate impact on the displaced populations. We have seen this, for instance, recently, the cyclone Mocha in Myanmar and Bangladesh, which destroyed homes and infrastructures, including refugees and internally displaced hosting areas. With regard to conflict-related situations, including the current situation in Gaza and Israel, we reiterate the obligation of states and other parties to respect and ensure respect for international humanitarian law in all circumstances. This means that All civilians must be protected from the effects of military operations without any advanced distinction and in all situations, and not to be objects of an attack used as human shields or held hostage. Agreements must be passed to allow safe passage of civilians out of areas of armed conflict. Parties must allow humanitarian aid to reach civilians in need and must facilitate rapid and unimpeded passage of humanitarian relief. Civilian infrastructures such as hospitals, schools, water facilities, and electricity infrastructure must not be objects of attacks. Medical personnel and units must be respected and protected in all circumstances. Dear colleagues, we call for wars to stop, for international humanitarian law to be respected, and for humanitarian assistance to be provided to affected civilians, including refugees and the internally displaced populations. In all decisions and discussions, we should not forget that, first and foremost, we are dealing with human beings, human lives, and that all lives are equally important. Ladies and gentlemen, I will end by reminding you of the Global Forum of Refugees that will take place at the end of this year in Geneva, and which will review implementation of the Global Compact for Refugees. As members of parliaments, we need to be actively involved. During our committee meeting, we heard of the many positive developments and initiatives taken by countries to facilitate inclusion of refugees and their protection. This was good news at a time when we badly need some good news, at a time when the world is in so much turmoil. Many of our countries have committed pledges towards the Global Compact, and we invite all of you to work towards committing new pledges for the realization of the objectives of this very important global framework, and inform us of the initiatives that you have taken as individuals, as parliaments, and as regional organizations. At the committee, we revised the pledges made by the IPU 4 years ago and adopted an enhanced version, which now includes efforts to universalize major legal instruments related to refugees and stateless persons. I invite the Council to endorse these pledges so that we can continue to contribute to the global efforts required to achieve sustainable peace and well-being for all. Last, I wanted to end by thanking the committee, which has placed its trust on me as chair for yet another year. I appreciate the opportunity to serve as president of this committee for another term. It is a great honor, and I look forward to working together with all of you. Thank you very much. Have a great time here in Luanda, Angola, and enjoy the African hospitality, and I wish you a safe flight back home when you get back there. Let us work towards a more peaceful country with more respect for the international humanitarian laws. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your report and for your kind words as well. Before we go forward, and we need to take decisions as well here, we received the results of the election of a man to the Middle East Committee. And so the candidate of Armenia, the first one that presented, received 43 votes. 43, and the candidature of Indonesia received 56 votes. So, to the Middle East Committee is our colleague from Indonesia that was elected. I wish you a fruitful work in this important committee of IPU. For the committee to promote respect for international humanitarian law, we need also to elect 3 members, but we received just 2 candidates. Mrs. Carvajal of Chile, submitted by Grulac, and Mrs. Farrugia of Malta, submitted by the 12 Plus group. So we have 2 candidates, 3 positions. If there is no opposition, we may elect them by acclamation. Is it okay? By acclamation? And the same to Mrs. Carvajal and Mr. Farrugia, I wish you all the luck and commitment in this important committee of IPU. Now we may go to the Gender Partnership Group. Thank you. Now the Gender Partnership Group, I will give the floor to Mrs. Eriksson that is available to present the report, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I am pleased to report on the work of the Gender Partnership Group. Here in Luanda, we have had 2 fruitful meetings with my 3 colleagues, the group's chairperson, Mr. Al-Nuaimi, Ms. Lopez Castro, and Mr. Saidov. The group saw yet again strong participation of women at this assembly, with a total of 36.2% women delegates. This is good, but it's not good enough. We have reached close to 39% in Madrid and Nusa Dua. So we know that we can do better, and we must do better. Colleagues, despite of our group's efforts, there are still 10 delegations of 2 or more members composed only of men here in Luanda, and 3 delegations composed only of women. This is a low number compared to our last assembly in Manama, when 16 multi-member delegations were all male and 3 were all female. But our objective is to get to 0 delegations that are not mixed, and ultimately achieve gender parity at the IPU. Here again, let us praise those delegations that have at least 40% women or men. And among the 128 delegations present, 40 are within the 40-60 gender balanced ratio. You will find a list of gender balanced delegations on the screen, and I think that they all deserve an applause. And I hope that this will encourage others to follow suit. This list corresponds to information your delegations have provided to the Secretariat as of last night. But of course, should you find that your delegation should be on this list, but we omitted it, we will correct our records, and please inform the Secretariat. But colleagues, let us not forget that equality is not only about numbers. Our group was extremely proud to see the new IPU policy against harassment, including sexual harassment, at assemblies and other IPU meetings approved by the Governing Council at this assembly. This policy is the result of many years of work by the group, and we are happy to see it come to life. We will now work closely with the Secretariat on an action plan, and we count on everyone's support to implement it. Colleagues, the group also continued its dialogue with delegations of parliaments that have few women members. And here in Luanda, we held a very constructive dialogue with the delegation of Nigeria. We were inspired by the combativeness of the very few women elected to parliament in Nigeria, after their number was further reduced following the elections held last February. The delegation highlighted the persisting challenges that women face, such as gender stereotypes and lack of resources for campaigning. Nigeria is also lacking gender quotas that are now in place in over half of the countries of the world. We understand that there may be renewed momentum to create change in Nigeria, and we hope that the new leadership of Parliament will show the way and promote a new model of governance by supporting the adoption of legal measures such as quotas, if needed be, by changing the constitution. Political parties also need to become more gender inclusive, and women supported through capacity building, advocacy, and fundraising. The group stands ready to support the National Assembly's effort to build political will and public support to women's political participation based on a concrete roadmap to be agreed with the IPU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your commitment with these issues, always, also at EXCOM. You are always putting this on front of your worries and achievements. So we will go now to the advisor group on health, and I will give the floor to Mrs. Clifford Lee from Ireland.
Of the Advisory Group on Health, I wish to present this report to the Congress. The IPU Advisory Group on Health met on the 24th of October 2023 with 6 out of the 10 members in attendance.
Before, I have one question. Mozambique.
Okay, Mozambique. I'm sorry, try to understand. If it's a point of order?
Sim.
Sim, por favor. Faça o favor, então.
Yes, please, go ahead, colleague from Mozambique.
Try to understand the question raised by Mozambique, please. Faça o favor, Sr. Deputado.
Go ahead. Parliamentarian, Mr. President, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I've asked for a point of order because I waited for you to ask whether we agree with the report which was submitted, which was just submitted. And Mozambique has a small observation to make. Our delegation has 66.6% women in the delegation, and apparently Mozambique was not in this list. So I would just like to take this information on board, and thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having given us this information. I'm sure that if there is a mistake in this accounting of the gender participation, which will certainly be corrected with a request with apologies from our side, we'll try to prevent such mistakes from occurring again. But if that's the case, please tell us so that we will immediately proceed to correct. And this will do so with the Mozambican delegation.
Mr. President, we have a similar observation with regard to Namibia. The representation of female parliamentarians in our parliament in the National Assembly is 47%. And we were a bit surprised that Namibia did not appear on that list. Thank you. I hope the necessary correction could be made as well.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, and I see that in Burundi the situation is something similar. So I will give the floor to the Secretariat. Maybe they have one explanation for that, and we should try to correct all these situations, of course. But Burundi, if you wish to have the floor to present your situation, feel free.
Thank you, President. We are two women, 66.6% therefore. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you, Madam, for this information. Secretary General, might you say something?
Thank you, Mr. President. There are two things we need to be clear about the percentage of women in Parliament, which is very different. I think the Gender Partnership Group was reporting on the percentage of women and men at this assembly. Am I correct, Karim? And if it so happens that the percentages mentioned by the Gender Partnership Group are inaccurate, this will be corrected. but I think there's a technicality here. My colleagues were referring to a bracket between 40 and 60%. So anything above that was not reflected in the statistics. But this does, yes, because the objective is parity, as my colleague is explaining to me. That does not mean that we don't encourage women's political empowerment and participation in the assemblies of the IPU. So if there were gross inaccuracies in the statistics that were provided, my colleagues and I will stand ready to correct them. But I hope that the explanation has been, that I have given now, responds to the concerns of the delegates that have taken the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Secretary General. Maybe we can try to go into points. First, to have the information also of the parliaments that have more than 50% of women is one information that is not too much to have, and that maybe not difficult to accurate. And the second, Secretary General said we will try to identify any kind of mistake, and then we will share with all members of the Parliament a final report with all the clarifications that may be identified. And same maybe next days, if one delegation today are not available to have final information, but during the next week discover that the report that was distributed here have one mistake to their cases, please report it to the Secretariat. They will confirm, and then when they share the final document, try to be without any kind of questions and completely transparent and real. Thank you, Mozambique, Burundi, Namibia, for the question raised. And now, with our excuses, I will give the floor to Mrs. Lee for the presentation of the report of the Group on Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Secretary General. And on behalf of the members of the Advisory Group on Health, I wish to present this report. The IPU Advisory Group on Health met on the 24th of October 2023 with 6 out of the 10 members in attendance, as well as technical partners from the WHO, the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, and the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria. I was honoured to be elected as the new chair of the Health Advisory Group, and Mr. Faustine Ngule from the United Republic of Tanzania was elected as the new vice chair for a mandate of 1 year. The group discussed our rules and practices in the context of amendments to the IPU statutes and rules, and we expressed a wish to be consulted during the amendments process. To make informed proposals on how to strengthen the group, the members requested that the IPU Secretariat prepare an overview of the different IPU bodies and their functioning. The group also discussed peace and security, the priority theme for 2024, focusing on linkages between conflict, climate change, displacement and health. We highlighted the long-term consequences of conflict on health, including the disruption of health systems and mental health impacts. We acknowledged that health can be a bridge for peace by way of collective and apolitical efforts in finding solutions to save lives and reduce suffering. The group reflected on the field visit it conducted on the 23rd of October 2023 at Hospital Materno Infantil Dr. Manuel Pedro Anscott de Mendes in Luanda, where it heard briefings by the Angolan Ministry of Health, the Angolan National Assembly and the WHO Country Partner Office. We learned of the main indicators on maternal and child health and of the commitment of both Government and National Assembly to improve health outcomes of women, children and adolescents. Despite progress, coverage of family planning remains low, with high rates of early pregnancies. Given the very young population of Angola, the group's members reflected among themselves the need to look at education and employment policies. The group appreciated the hospital's high standard, but expressed concern regarding its accessibility to the population, including the most vulnerable and marginalised. It therefore recommended looking more closely at primary health care level and expressed its readiness to continue its exchanges with the National Assembly of Angola and to share good practices in the area of sexual and reproductive health and rights. According to its mandate, we as a group will continue conducting field visits on priority health topics, ensuring engagement with concerned parliaments and communities. Finally, friends, the group heard an update on activities carried out by our technical partners. We welcome the extension of a period of 6 months of the moratorium of understanding between the Memorandum of Understanding between the WHO and look forward to enhancing its partnership with the latter in areas of universal health coverage, global health security, health promotion of vulnerable groups. The group was also updated on the ongoing collaboration with the PNNCH on women's, children and adolescents' health. I look forward to working with my colleagues as chair of the group, and I look forward to reporting on a busy 6 months when we assemble again in Geneva. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Clifford Lee, and also congratulations for your election to the chair of this group, as same congratulations to Mr. Nagulili from Tanzania that was appointed as vice chair, and good work. Now we will go to the high-level advisory group on counter-terrorism and violent extremism, and I will give the floor to the acting chair of this group, Mrs. Vadai. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, honorable colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It is an honor for me as the Vice Chair, the acting chairwoman, and actually the outgoing member of the high-level advisory group on countering terrorism and violent extremism to present an update on the group's activities since the last IPU Assembly in Manama, Bahrain. The group has been actively implementing its work program. On May 11, we convened the 14th meeting of the group, which took place in a hybrid format. During this meeting, we presented our members an update on the second phase of the mobile application. We also discussed the preparations for upcoming thematic meetings for the Call of the Sahel, focusing on development and education. Furthermore, we addressed coordination for the next steps of the Call of the Sahel initiative and the second Global Parliamentary Summit on countering terrorism and violent extremism. We emphasized the importance of agreeing on a roadmap and next steps for the second Call of the Sahel phase. On September 27 and 28, we conducted the 4th and the 5th thematic meetings of the Call of the Sahel, focusing on development and education. These meetings garnered substantial participation from various parliaments and experts from United Nations, agencies, international organizations, academia, civil society, and more. During these meetings, participants underscored the worsening situation in the Sahel region due to continued terrorist attacks. These attacks endanger the lives of the local population and create instability and insecurity in the region. It was emphasized that the international community should give this situation the same level of concern as other global conflict situations. We reached a consensus during these meetings that education and development are intertwined, with development hinging on universal access to education. Additionally, we highlighted the necessity of investing in development to address the Sahel's problems. However, it is imperative to simultaneously tackle security and governance issues to achieve sustainable development. As a result, we recommended including a comprehensive analysis of the situation in each country and the development of strategies accompanied by security policies and improved governance in the roadmap for the second phase of the Call of the Sahel project. During our 15th meeting on October 24, 2023, we discussed the pressing challenges in the Sahel and the importance of promoting equality. the Sahel has experienced significant changes, including 8 coups d'etat in the first summit in Vienna. This ongoing instability underscores the region's vulnerability and the need for global attention. We firmly believe that the situation in the Sahel should be treated with the same level of concern as other global crises. One key point highlighted in our meeting is that the key to solve the Sahel's problems lies in development complemented by robust security strategy, improved governance, and addressing corruption. If the international community supports and assists the Sahel countries in addressing these issues, we can move forward towards sustainable development in the region. Finally, I'm delighted to report on the results of the second Global Parliamentary Summit on Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism held on October 25, 2023. This summit marked the culmination of our efforts since the adoption of the Call of the Sahel in September 2021, following the first global summit. The second summit brought together parliamentarians from various geopolitical groups. I would like to thank you for your participation, experts from international organizations, academia, and civil society representatives. At the second summit, we confirmed the outcomes of various thematic meetings and emphasized the need for the international community to address the alarming security situation in the Sahel. I'm pleased to announce that we have concluded this phase with an agreement to continue working together for the region's benefit. The recommendations in the final document underscore the pivotal role of development in the Sahel's future. Furthermore, we call for creating an ad hoc mechanism within the HLAC to monitor, follow up, and prepare a roadmap for the second Call of the Sahel phase. This mechanism will conduct in-depth studies and analysis of the different countries in the region and specific projects in various areas to benefit the population. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Je vous donne la parole.
I give you the floor.
Presentation and for your commitment and leadership in this group. I understood that. Just a second to put the. Sorry, otherwise I will not understand. Please, Argelia, you ask the floor, please.
Thank you, President. As a member of this group, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the report that's just been presented to you doesn't reflect the entire truth. At the last meeting, we debated the topic of ceasing the war in Gaza. But unfortunately, many members of the group referred to the crimes committed in Gaza, and we asked for a paragraph or an item to be added on that topic. Unfortunately, we see that that issue hasn't been added to the report. There isn't a single person here that can monopolize truth. Truth belongs to everybody. We have come here to debate, to consult, to exchange ideas with a view to gaining access to truth. To omit all of this, and as I read this report, of course, we're in favor of peace and security in the Sahel. Of course, a great deal of our activity is focused on the Sahel to recover that region. And Algeria, so that you know, organized the biggest meeting on the situation in the region of the Sahel. A meeting that brought together parliamentarians and others, but unfortunately, I have to say, that I'm afraid that that situation doesn't just affect this group, it probably affects others as well. So I'm surprised to see that this is the fruit of the work of one of the organizations that is one of the oldest of the international system as a whole. The Inter-Parliamentary Union was founded in response to the need to exchange ideas and hold dialogue. I think that we need to redraft this report, and I would call upon the Secretary General to investigate the situation further. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask the chair wish. Okay. Before that, allow me to say that myself and I believe the Secretary General, we received the reports from the different committees. We don't have any kind of interference. We accept them as the reports that express the consensus obtained in that commissions. This is not our, we did not attend the meetings, and so this way. So that's why I will ask the chair if she's available to give any kind of explanation, and after Secretary General as well.
It's on. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I've become the member of HLAG and IPU because I believe that we parliamentarians respect each other regardless what we think about certain subjects. We are all passionate about our feelings, about our political agenda, but being passionate and being rude shouldn't be mixed. We have been dealing with the Sahel for many, many years. And yes, we had an adopted agenda during HLAG. And yes, questions were raised to amend retrospectively the agenda. But as a chair, I cannot change, and I will not change the rule. The Secretariat told me that they are going to give some legal advice on what to do. I haven't received any legal advice. In other business, we wanted to deal with certain questions, but we couldn't. One-sided political declarations will not be included into HLAG agenda because there was no agreement on that. Next HLAG meeting with next HLAG chair and with next HLAG members will be able to decide about their agenda. Our agenda was clear, the coal of the Sahel, not other points were included. I kindly ask everybody, maybe I made a mistake. I don't think so, actually. I think I know the rules, but maybe. But the coal of the Sahel was our project, and everybody knows that in HLAG. So the paper I received, and I read out loudly, that was the first paper I received from the Secretariat. That's why I read this out, word by word. It's not my paper. I didn't write it. It was the Secretariat that gave me, and that was the first paper. So thank you very much, dear colleagues. And once more, mutual respect for members of parliament, for men and women, and for human beings. That's the basic rule of IPU, and not own personal political agendas. Thank you so much.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
The Secretary General has asked the floor before. Some explanations that can help the problem that we raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's true that the Secretariat drafted a report, but it was based on the deliberations that took place in the context of that meeting. The Secretariat did not invent anything. So we tried to capture what we thought was the consensus within that meeting, and also to focus on the theme of the meeting. And as the acting chair of that working group on that high-level advisory group on countering terrorism said, that meeting was focusing on the call of the Sahel. Mr. President, from the procedural point of view, you can take note of the reservations expressed by the honorable delegate from Algeria. I do understand that he did not reject the report as such, but expressed reservations and concerns that certain aspects had not been captured. Now that he has made known his views, these views will be reflected in the final report of this governing council, and this will make for a more complete picture of the deliberations that took place here. I believe that is the expected action that the governing council may wish to take in order to resolve this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your suggestion, and of course I will give the floor to Argelia. Just to say that the Secretary General make a concrete proposal, because if no one is against the report itself, we will add the reservation presented by Argelia. But please, you have the floor, sir. Try to be short, because we have many points in our agenda this afternoon, please.
Thank you, President. Thank you to the Secretary General for that statement. May something be added? We'd like something to be added to the report. But that won't resolve the problem. What's happening in Gaza is the utmost of all the priorities. Everybody that's taken the floor, 5 members of the group, referred quite clearly to what's occurring in Gaza. You can go back to the recordings, the audio recordings of the meetings. More than half of the time that was taken by those who took the floor was dedicated to Gaza. We respect all opinions, respectfully, but we would like all the opinions to be reflected. Thank you.
Thank you. With the reservation of Argelia, we go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Vaidai. And so we are going to the report on the Working Group on Science and Technology. I will give the floor to Mr. Nocton. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. And on behalf of all of the members of the IPU Working Group on Science and Technology, I'm pleased to present this report to the Governing Council. At the outset, I wish to state that the primary role of our working group is to work with the other committees within the IPU to assist them in their work by providing them with access to scientific and technological support to enhance evidence-based decision-making within this organisation. We also have a role in encouraging scientists and scientific organisations to reach out to MPs. And might I add, the other way around too, ensuring that laws and policies are enacted based on sound empirical evidence. And let me say that our working group are available to help you as MPs in your work by getting you access to that evidence. So please do reach out to us at science@ipu.org. Turning to the recent meetings, during our online meeting on the 6th of September, we discussed our upcoming Science for Peace parliamentary meeting on water in conjunction with the Middle East Committee. And we also discussed the progression of pilot projects on enhancing engagement between science and Parliament, and to furthermore launch an opinion poll on the perception of parliamentarians to science and technology, and this will be the first ever global poll of its kind, which we will launch next year. We're also in the process of completing a survey of parliaments that our working group has already started on the current engagement of parliaments with scientists, and I'm appealing to the parliaments to respond to this request, which they will receive over the coming weeks. During our sitting on the 24th of October, we discussed our ongoing engagement with the Centre for Interdisciplinary Research in Bielefeld University in Germany, and we agreed to work with them to provide support and guidance on a policy paper on the future of evidence-based policy, and we'll also benefit from their experience when finalising the drafting of the IPU International Charter on Ethics of Science and Technology, which we hope to be able to formally adopt at the upcoming 148th IPU Assembly in Geneva. To progress this particular charter, we've appointed the Honourable Viktor Vojtko of the Czech Republic as our rapporteur. We've agreed to strengthen ties with IPU partner organisations, including the United Nations and UNESCO, and to participate in the upcoming 9th edition of the UN Multi-Stakeholder Forum on Science and Technology and Innovation for the Sustainable Development Goals, and to work with our colleagues on the Sustainable Development Committee in advance of that forum next May. Members of our working group from China, the Czech Republic, Ireland, Romania and Suriname updated us on the advancement of their respective pilot projects on engagement of the scientific community within their parliaments. Based on these outputs of these projects, which will be completed before the end of the year, we've agreed to publish a parliamentary toolkit on engagement of the scientific community with parliaments at the upcoming 148th Assembly. During a meeting on the 26th of October, we reported on the Science for Peace parliamentary meeting on water security and insecurity, rebuilding a peaceful coexistence with science, which was held on the 11th to the 13th of September in the ICISE in Quy Nhon in Vietnam, in conjunction with the IPU Committee on Middle East Questions. We considered how best to implement the outcomes of the parliamentary meeting, which we believe will act as a reference for legislative good practices and model legislation on harnessing innovation and technology, while also promoting peaceful engagement between parliaments that have been historically in conflict. The recommendations from this meeting include the strengthening of international water cooperation, establishing a parliamentary expert community on water, urging countries to accession to the UN Water Convention, highlighting the need for a global legislative database on water laws from the 179 IPU member parliaments, holding a future global parliamentary summit on water and food security to address the ongoing global crisis in relation to water scarcity and hunger, and supporting the establishment of parliamentary caucuses on water and sanitation. We have agreed to support the Sustainable Development Committee with our participation at the upcoming parliamentary meeting on the occasion of the 28th United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP28, to be held in Dubai in December. We also agreed to support the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights with their planned discussion on the interplay between technological advancement and the preservation of democratic values and human rights in an increasingly AI-driven world, which will take place at the Assembly in Geneva. And in that context, the ethics of AI will be the theme of the next Science for Peace Schools programme, which will be held in Sesame in Jordan next year. Finally, I'm pleased to announce that I was re-elected by my fellow colleagues on the working group as chair for the next 12 months. And we agreed our work plan for 2023 and 2024, reasserting the role of our working group in assisting and facilitating the work of other IPU bodies. And I'll end this report by thanking the Government of Angola and the National Assembly of Angola for hosting our meeting. Obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mr. Nocton. Allow me to come back. I am so worried that I forget to put to vote for the committee high-level group counter-terrorism and violent extremism, the candidatures. We have 6 vacancies, and we have just 3 candidates. So easy process. Mr. Arian of Bolivia, Mrs. Badar-Sher of Switzerland, and Mr. Mojekevic of Slovenia. If there is no opposition, we consider them elected by acclamation. Is it okay? So all the 3 members are elected without any kind of problem. And in this group, we have 4. We have 4 vacancies. This group that we finished the presentation, the group on science and technology, we have 4 vacancies, and we received 2 nominations. 3. Mrs. Kopochan of Benin, Mrs. Numa of Kenya, and Mrs. Vaidai of Hungary. The first one from the African group, the last one from the 12+ group. So 4 vacancies, 3 candidates. We may use the same procedure. If no one has opposition, we elect them by acclamation. Is it okay? So all them are elected. And so we will go to the point 11. Not yet. Okay. Then was 11 when I was absent. Okay, so the point 17. Elections of the Executive Committee. In this assembly, many members of the Executive Committee ended their mandate as members of the EXCOM. Mrs. Karic of Thailand, Mr. Zaidov of Uzbekistan, Mr. Flor Garcia of Chile, Mr. Rabini of Pakistan, Mrs. Esther Anyakun from Uganda, Mr. Budenda of Zimbabwe, Mrs. Eriksson of Sweden, as well as Mrs. Kefalogiani of Greece, and also who has been appointed minister, Mr. Ignakis of Spain, and Monsieur Marchand of France, who are no longer members of Parliament. Before we go, allow me, because we work close together during the last 3 years, I wish to say a word of amazing gratitude to all these members of the EXCOM for the commitment to IPU, working day by night with IPU. To all of them, I ask you a great applause, please. But now we need to replace them. It is our rules. And so the African group presented the candidature of Mrs. Muti of Zambia for a full mandate, running from October 23 until October 27. Mr. Akapabio of Nigeria for a full mandate, running from October 23 to October 27. From the Asia Pacific group, Mr. Dick of Australia for a full mandate, running from October 23 to October 27. Mr. Zon of Indonesia for a full mandate, running from October 23 until October 27. From the Aero-Asia group, Mrs. Mikazliova of Azerbaijan for a full mandate, running from October 23 to October 27. From the group of Latin America and Caribbean, the candidature of Mr. Cajado of Brazil for a full mandate, running from October 23 to October 27. And from the 12+, the candidature of Mrs. Avreginopoulou of Greece to complete the mandate of Mr. Kefalogiani, Mr. Almodovar Barcelo of Spain to complete the mandate of Mrs. Ignazis, Mrs. Morashova Stanekek of Poland for a full mandate, running from October 23 to October 27, and Monsieur Nicolai of France to complete the mandate of Mr. Marchand. All the candidatures were coming with a CV, and we share it with all of you. And so, we have the candidatures corresponding to the vacancies we have. We don't have more candidates than vacancies. And so, if there is no objection, we can use the same procedures and elect all these members from all the geopolitical groups to the EXCOM by acclamation. I wish to all elected members of the EXCOM
a fruitful work on the most important board of our organization, and with the new president, a new team will work with her, and also with the experience from the other ones that continue the term as members of the EXCOM. And by coming to the end of our agenda, agenda item number 18. And so during these last months, a lot of meetings happened. All the reports are in our website, and it is impossible to have reports one by one. So we try to identify some of them, and we will have the report from some of them. Let us start with the Parliamentarian Conference of Interfaith Dialogue, something nowadays more relevant than ever, held from the 13th to 15th of June in Marrakesh. And I wish also to thank to the Kingdom of Morocco, to His Majesty, and to the Parliament, the way they organize and host this important event in Marrakesh. May we see the video, please? Is it possible to have the video about the report of Marrakesh? No sound there, please. I like to see the view, but I prefer also to hear.
السادس ملك المغرب الله يبارك عمر سيدي.
Thank you. Tolerance and respect to all. It was a great message from Marrakesh. Now, we will have oral report on Parliamentarian Forum of the UN High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, held 18th of July in New York. I will give the floor to Mr. McQuinty. No, Andres. Griffroy.
Dear colleagues, I am making this report on behalf of David McKenty to share with you several takeaways from this year's Parliamentary Forum at the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development held on the 18th July in New York. The Parliamentary Forum was entitled The Midpoint Toward the SDGs, Taking Stock of Parliamentary Action. It consists of 3 panels on Parliament's work to advance the Sustainable Development Goals, including 1 discussion dedicated to SDG 6 on water and sanitation. The final panel discussed how to move beyond using gross domestic product as a primary measurement of progress. The forum was open to MPs participating in the main United Nations session as part of their national delegations. About 90 parliamentarians from 35 countries were in attendance. As we know, the 17 SDGs are on life support. Only 12% of 169 targets appear to be on track toward implementation, while most other targets are stagnant or regressing altogether. The Forum underscored the critical role of parliamentarians in promoting the SDGs and creating conditions for peace, respect for nature, and well-being for everyone. More than ever before, we need stronger political will to get the job done. It's imperative that we work together across the aisle to overcome useless political squabbling that will simply set us back. The planet simply cannot wait, and people are thirsty for solutions. What became very clear from our discussion is that unfettered economic growth that drives climate change is unsustainable. We need a new economic model to provide for the people in harmony with nature, not against it. And this starts by institutionalizing new indicators of progress that measures what really matters, which is not economic growth as an end in itself. Also clear to us is that the SDGs are not the business of government alone. In addition to working across parliamentary and government structures, we need to involve partners from civil society, NGOs, academia, the media, and the private sector for an all-of-society approach. And we need to proactively engage women, youth, minorities, and other marginalized and vulnerable groups in decision-making from the start. Most of all, we need stronger parliamentary oversight of government. The Forum highlighted the many ways in which this can be done, including through closer engagement of parliaments and governments' reports presented to the United Nations, known as the Voluntary National Reviews. I hope next year's Forum will show progress on all these fronts. I thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation for the replacement of to Mr. McQuinty. Thank you, Andres Griffroy. And now we will have the report on the 90th Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians that took place from 15 to 17 of September 23 in Hanoi, Vietnam. And before we see the video, also in great thank you to the Parliament of Vietnam and all the speakers, all the staff, all parliamentarians that received this very important meeting of IPU, the largest participation of young MPs from ever. So, may we see the video, please?
Ladies and gentlemen,
not.
at the
I
halfway
love,
mark
we
of
like
the
very much Dan, but this is not the moment to hear from him. And in the middle while, the other video that we'll have after it is about World Summit of Committees of the Future. So this way the service may prepare the things easier and we don't need to wait. We are talking about the Forum of Young Parliamentarians that join more than 300 parliamentarians around the world, discussing for several days their future. If you are with problems, you can pass to the other one. So you can, now, can you stop this one? I will say that, okay, the second World Summit of the Committee of Future happened in Uruguay, Montevideo, Uruguay, from 25 to 27 of September. We will see the video now of Uruguay, and then we came back to the video of Hanoi, Vietnam. Okay, may you play this one? Thank you for the Parliament of Uruguay for everything done to receive also a lot of MPs from all the continents that decide to attend the Commissions of the Future. A very important moment because we parliamentarians are so stressed every day with the issues of the moment that sometimes we don't have occasion to stop and make some reflections about the future. This is what we did in Uruguay. Thank you for the host. Welcome you gave during these days in Montevideo. Is it possible to have the other one from the Young Forum, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, at the halfway mark of the global agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN says that only 12% of targets are on track. So what can young MPs do to accelerate this? Well, from the 15th to the 17th of September, we came together in the beautiful city of Hanoi to answer just this question. It was the biggest global conference of young parliamentarians ever, with over 300 young MPs participating from 65 countries. 44% of the young MPs present were women. Taking place at the same venue where the IPU adopted its Hanoi Declaration in 2015, we focused on the power of digital transformation and innovation as tools that can boost progress on the SDGs. Our conference statement proposed concrete actions that can help unleash the power of young people to contribute. These included measures such as enhancing our digital infrastructure, strengthening our innovation and startup ecosystems, and harnessing frontier technologies like AI in ethical and sustainable ways that mitigate potential risks. We also propose stronger networking between our young MPs in cooperation with the IPU's Centre for Innovation in Parliament. We left the conference feeling energised, emboldened and empowered to champion digital transformation and innovation in our parliaments and at the IPU. We young MPs stand ready to do our part to meet the promise of the 2030 agenda. Throughout the conference, our generous hosts from Vietnam made us feel extremely welcome, and our heartfelt gratitude goes out to the National Assembly for their preparations and hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we'll have the video reported G20 Parliamentarian Speaker Summit, P20, and Parliamentary Forum that took place in New Delhi, India from 12 to 14 of October. The video is ready.
किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी ताकत उसके लोग होते हैं उसके लोगों की इच्छा शक्ति होती है ये समिट आज लोगों की इस ताकत को भी सेलिब्रेट करने का माध्यम
सम्मेलन का मुख्य विषय वन फैमिली वन फ्यूचर के लिए हम विश्व को एक परिवार मानते हैं हम सब आपको हार्दिक धन्यवाद देते हैं संयुक्त वक्तव्य को एडॉप्ट कर लिया है इस अवसर पर मैं इस अवसर और उनकी टीम को G20 की अध्यक्षता मैं उनको भी बधाई देता हूँ शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ और मैं उनकी सफलता की कामना करता हूँ
Thank you. And so this point is over, and also thank you for the Parliament of India, of course. They host this meeting, a wonderful meeting, a lot of participation, active participation, and with a final declaration that in these times, you can imagine, it is not so easy, but with a lot of negotiations, it was possible to have a final declaration. And now, good luck to Brazil that will host the presidency of the P20 for the next year, 2024. And so we finish this point. Allow me to come back to the point about the election to the advisors group on health. I said that we have 6 vacancies and that we received just 3. It is not just 3, we received another one, another one, so we have received 4. It not change what we decide. We may add 1 more elected member, and it was received on the last moment, and that's why the information was not on the table. There was another nomination from the 12 plus, Mrs. Tipu of France. Saint-Paul, I'm sorry, it's written by hand. Saint-Paul from France. If there is no opposition, we take the same procedure and we consider her elected as well. And for the point 19, other business, there is nothing. And so it's easy to close the Governing Council, Secretary General.
No, Mr. President. When you and I were preparing the Governing Council session, you asked me, Martin, do you have any other business? And I said, no. I was lying. Let me confess. There is one other business that I would propose to take up here. Let me first of all join previous speakers at this assembly to congratulate our incoming president, Dr. Tulia Axon. You have fought a good fight, and I think you deserve your victory. We look forward to working with you as a team in order to take this organization forward. I offer to you our loyal collaboration, myself and the team that I lead, so that we can take these organizations to greater heights as you have promised. Thank you very much, Tulia. Then now the other business, Mr. President, I can begin calling you Duarte because you are relinquishing your position as president of the IPU. In the lead up to this assembly and during this assembly, we were approached by many delegates and delegations saying, so what are you doing to pay tribute to the outgoing president of the IPU? I said, what do you think? Many of them said they would like to say a few words in tribute to outgoing president of the IPU. I must say, I did not consult you on this, Duarte, because I don't think that you had a choice in it. But I thought that we could put on a small segment just as we are about to go into the formal closing session of the Assembly, because we think that you deserve resounding tribute for the very outstanding manner in which you have conducted your functions as president of this venerable institution. I have received requests from a number of delegates to take the floor to issue, we don't have any choice. I think Madam Speaker of Angola will be indulgent with us if we run a little bit late in the closing of the Assembly. There are just a few, Duarte, representing the various geopolitical groups. But before we do that, we would like, now I hope the video system is working now. If it doesn't work, I'm not going to forgive the technicians. Please.
Try to do it. It's impossible to try to do a job if we don't believe in that. I decided to go and to give a little bit more of my efforts, of my work to this organization. If it's possible to improve it, I am here to do it. I am an economist, Portuguese, member of Portuguese Assembly since 1991, and a member of the IPU delegation of my country since 2002. I love politics, and I love international politics. I grew up with the revolution in Portugal. So all the people from my generation, we feel politics because we saw how it changed our life. And I believe in democracy, and I believe in parliamentarians.
When it comes to building a peaceful and inclusive society, we must begin this work in our own parliamentarian committees. MPs are facing severe violations of their rights. It's a time for all MPs around the world. Say we are with you and to show our solidarity with all MPs that are suffering around the world.
Our goal is to leave a better world to our children, is to leave a better world to the next generation. And so we need to have their participation in building this future. It's impossible to get this target, democracy for everyone, if we forget half of the population of the world. If we don't have the participation, a complete and inclusive participation of women in politics. To be with you means to defend the inclusive democracy and a perfect democracy with everyone represented in our parliaments.
We must act, not just talk. We will be launching here the IPU News Parliament for the Planet campaign, with the aim of mobilizing all parliaments, MPs and staff to undertake concrete actions to reduce their carbon footprint. We all should do more to combat climate change.
In the end of my mandate, I will be very happy if we have more women in politics, if the quota of young parliamentarians are higher, if it's possible to have other countries join the organization. Finally, if we are just one step forward to achieve the visibility we need, it will represent that we will have a more inclusive organization, because inclusive organization means that there is more democracy for everyone.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Duarte, you see, I am very jealous. Let me now give the floor to a number of delegates representing the various geopolitical groups who have asked to take the floor in tribute to our outgoing president. Let me start with Andreas Griffroy, representing the 12 Plus. Andres.
Dear Duarte, you know, I'm a little bit nervous because saying goodbye to such a big man is quite difficult, but I will try. Dear colleagues, when you Google Duarte Pacheco, the first link is about Duarte Pacheco Pereira, who is a famous sea captain, military and cosmograph. And he's also named the Portuguese Achilles. You know, I am an engineer, and normally I would defend algorithms. However, in this case, I think that we all had to write an email to Google to explain them that they have missed something. Because there is a Portuguese MP with the same name, a man with a body of steel, but a heart of gold, maybe small from posture, but big in thoughts. He has always a big smile and a very warm heart. And he has an enormous commitment for democracy and human rights and great ideas. He is a big leader in words and deeds. And he has been an exceptional president of this organization. Ladies and gentlemen, for us, the true Portuguese Achilles of global democracy is Duarte. But unfortunately, he cannot longer be our president. This is also a rules-based democracy. The good news is that he will keep on inspiring us as a member of the Portuguese delegation. Dear Duarte, my big friend, thank you for everything. And we can't wait to have you back at the 12 Plus. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President Griffroy, for those heartwarming words. Let me now invite Ms. Sofia Carvajal, the incoming president of GRULAC. Congratulations to you, Sofia.
Secretary General, thank you, Mr. Duarte Pacheco. Estimado Presidente Pacheco.
Dear President Pacheco, I had the opportunity and the pleasure to meet with you in Mexico. I accompanied you to a number of events, but particularly one event, and that gave me an opportunity to see your greatness of spirit within your humility and modesty, both of which characterize you, along with a great sense of humanitarianism that you have. You and I both know what that event was. Your openness to dialogue and your willingness to listen are undoubtedly one of the constant virtues that characterize you. And of course, they were what led you to lead this most important Inter-Parliamentary Union. I am the spokesperson for the Latin American and Caribbean Geopolitical Group, which gives me great pride. We are a unified and very robust group. And on behalf of my colleagues and in my own capacity, I would like to express our deepest thanks for the support that you've given to our region. We will not hesitate to say this loudly and enthusiastically. You have been the president that's most collaborated with Latin America and the Caribbean. The regional office of the IPU was waiting to become a reality for 15 years, and it was thanks to you and your good work that we managed to build this broadly supported project. The parliamentarians of Latin America and the Caribbean are sure that without you, that project would not have become a reality. That and many other achievements were possible thanks to your sensibility and closeness to all the geopolitical groups, because that was the only way that they could be heard. And that was the only way that you could become familiar with the specific needs of each region. With you at the helm of our dear organization, you've been able to gain a good understanding of the overall needs of the organisation, and that has meant for each member parliament better opportunities to be understood and for multilateral cooperation. The parliamentarians of my geopolitical group are convinced that you will be very successful in your future projects, and of course you can be assured that we will find allies for any project that will benefit future projects for the community. Your commitment to global values have left an undoubted mark on this organisation. President Tulia Axon, you are very welcome. You are a new shining star.
Girls and women around the world. Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President Pacheco.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you for those very warm words. Let me now give the floor to Mr. O'Neill from Australia, who will be speaking on behalf of the Asia-Pacific Group. Mr. O'Neill? Senator O'Neill from, okay, sorry, Senator O'Neill. And I ask the Eurasia Group to be ready, Ms. Mikhailova.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this very special occasion. I'm Senator Deborah O'Neill, and I'm the Deputy Head of the Australian Delegation. I'm standing in for your good friend and great admirer, the Speaker of the Australian Parliament, the Honourable Milton Dick, who is also the Chair of the Asia-Pacific Group. I'd like to thank you, outgoing President, Mr. Pacheco, on behalf of the Asia-Pacific Group. Mr. Pacheco attends the APG meetings at every assembly and provides us with an update on his activities. It's a very short update by comparison to the type of action that he undertakes getting around the entire world. And I think in the video, outgoing President, we saw just a snippet of the passion and the vigour, the hope and the authority of your engagement in your service of democracy around the world. And I sincerely thank you for the journey of heart and hope that you have undertaken in such treacherous times. We thank Mr. Pacheco for all his efforts over these past 3 years. You have certainly been tireless in your efforts on behalf of our region and all of the regions that you have so ably represented. We look forward to working with you as a delegate for Portugal. Congratulations on a fine term served in the interest of democracy.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. I call on Ms. Mikhailova from Azerbaijan, representing the Eurasia Group.
Dear Mr. President, dear Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates and colleagues, on behalf of the Eurasia Group and the delegation of Azerbaijan in person, I want to thank the IPU's outgoing President, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, for his outstanding work, great legacy, and valuable contributions to bilateral relations that will guide us for the years ahead. We will remember his visit to Azerbaijan, his great contribution to bilateral relations, and his warm welcome to our team. I avail myself of this opportunity to congratulate Ms. Tulia Axon on a well-deserved victory in the presidency election. We are looking forward to continuing and enhancing further fruitful cooperation with Ms. Axon. She can count on our unwavering and full support in the execution of her duties. We are immensely grateful to Angola for a wonderful organization of this scale event and the hospitality we have witnessed for the last few days. Obrigado, Angola, pela sua hospitalidade.
Thank you, Angola, for your hospitality.
Wish you all the success, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Ms. Michael Lova. I now call on Speaker Katia Vivi from Namibia, representing the Africa Group.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of the African Geopolitical Group, on behalf of my colleagues, the entire team, and I'm here to acknowledge with thanks and appreciation to our dear friend, our president, outgoing president, Duarte Pacheco. You have been a man with tremendous energy and passion for the work of IPU. You made all of us sometimes to expect a great deal, but I would like to confirm sincerely that you have actually managed to live up to what you promised to do. You have done that by inspiring confidence and make all of us as members of parliament from our respective countries to inspire confidence in us. We never doubted you. We regarded you as a friend, and you basically inspired us even to have more confidence in the work that you have done. Collectively, to inspire confidence, make us feel be part of the institution, and made us want to do more, partly because you led from the front. You inspired us to make us believe what you stood for and what you were aspiring was doable, and we have done that. You have indeed made us want to do more than ever before. What can we say other than simply to wish you well as you move on? You have our collective best wishes, and the task is not yet over. We believe as a leader of our time and a leader who is now ready to move on, we will still continue to look to you, to consult you as we move forward to consolidate the work that we have begun. Our dear friend, go well. You have our collective best wishes in your future endeavor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker Katia Vivi. I would now like to invite a representative of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, Honorable Sebastian Tiekinen. Please, can you come down and say a few words? And after that, it would be the turn of the President of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, Cynthia Castro-Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Thank you, Mr. President Duarte Pacheco. On behalf of the young parliamentarians, I should have been writing a speech for you, but I think these words are coming better out when they come from heart. You have been really good president for us young parliamentarians. You have been always engaging us. You have been participating to our meetings. You were in Hanoi with us. And we know that it's not easy that you have to travel so much everywhere. Your own people in your country might be saying that, why are you going there and there, traveling to different destinations? It's actually hard work. You have to be always energized, and you always have that smile when you come to us. I don't know where you get that energy, but I really appreciate that. But that's not the biggest reason I want to thank you. What kind of world are we building for the future generations? Well, I must say, Mr. President, you have been building a better world. And in these dark times we are living, I'm so grateful that we have been having you as our president. You have been standing for democracy. You have been standing for rules-based world. And you have been standing for human rights. And you have been confronted, but you have been brave. And you know, you're politicians, so you know that that's politics. But still you have been able to do that. And at last, I would like to say, because I see that your son is here, Gui, I want to tell you that we are really, really proud of your father. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Thank you. Thank you. So, Cynthia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General. First of all, thank you, Secretary General, for opening this space in our assembly to congratulate one of the best presidents IPU in the history of IPU, Duarte Pacheco. All this, President, you have constructed, all this friendship is yours because of you. I still remember the first assembly in Madrid. You were elected online, first of all. You did campaign online. It was the pandemic. The first assembly, do you remember, all of us, it was Madrid. All of us, we were afraid how would be the assembly in pandemic. And you were very brave. You were very brave because you said we have to do an assembly, and you did it. So I want to congratulate you because being so strong, so brave, so authentic, and all the time, these 3 years, give entirely your life for IPU. I want to recognize you, President, because now we have an anthem, and it's also because of your efforts, and also Secretary General. But you were pushing so much, promoting so much to have an anthem, and we feel very proud that this organization, we have a great anthem, that it was composed by children. So I want to congratulate all your efforts about that. I want to congratulate you, President, because you promote a new generation in IPU. You are a big promoter of women, of young women, and I feel very proud to have you as a president, as a feminist president, promoting a new generation in this great organization. I also want to share with all of you that I have the privilege to go with President Duarte to some meetings, and the last meetings I was really surprised because he has all the energy. It's no rest for him. And I was very surprised in these meetings because you were disciplined all the time, you were working all the time, respectful all the time, as someone says, with a big smile all the time. And that is when you feel in your heart the passion for IPU, the transformation is here. And thank you so much, President, for this work, all this work that you have been doing these 3 years in IPU. I also want to tell you that people go and come. It's 134 years in IPU, but you left a footprint in IPU. All of us will remind you as one of the best presidents of IPU ever. And that's for history. And the years will go on, and everyone will talk about Duarte Pacheco. So I want to congratulate you. I want to tell you that it has been a privilege to be working with you. I want to recognize your beautiful family, your wife, Ana, for all the support that is here, your son, Guillermo, Matilde, this great family that is with you in all the moments. Thanks for being here. It's a pleasure to share the two families, your family and family of IPU. Just I want to tell you that we will be here waiting for you the next assembly because you are an IPU member forever. Thanks, President Duarte, for making history. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. You speak from the heart, right? I have two more speakers on my list, and I want to exercise my prerogative, my temporary prerogative to close that list. So I give the floor to a delegate from India.
Yes,
India.
Your Excellency.
Yeah, India.
Yeah, here
Yes.
am I.
Yes.
Here. Thank you. Dear Honorable President Duarte Pacheco, you're a dear friend of India. Your commitment, your love, and your passion for development of parliamentary form of democracy across the world has touched hundreds of parliaments and beyond. We from the Indian Parliament thank you for your service, your sacrifice, your contributions and leadership in taking IPU forward and leaving such a rich legacy for others to emulate, to be inspired from, and to take heart from. You will be remembered as a president who broadened the frontiers of IPU, who explored new frontiers, new horizons, bigger, brighter opportunities for the IPU, and strived to build a more peaceful, inclusive, tolerant, and progressive world through the IPU. From the 1.4 billion people of India and the world's largest democracy, we thank you. Many congratulations on this wonderful innings that you have played as the IPU President. And we wish you well as you move forward for a much more brighter innings that still awaits you from India. Namaskar, Dhanyavad, many, many thanks.
Thank you, delegate from India. And then the delegate from Brazil, Claudio Caiado. Please, quickly.
Well, thank you, Martin. I'd like to thank Duarte Pacheco, the president, say that in Bahia we have something that say Baianas. They're not born. They should be built. And Mr. Duarte Pacheco, you were born, actually born to be not just the president of the IPU, but to be the best IPU president. For more than 40 years of public life, you have here, during presidency, you have shown what you are capable of. What are the parliamentaries? And as parliamentarians, we have to be open to criticism, suggestions, and mainly to respect all those who look for us. And you, Excellency, you did. During your presidency, you did exactly that attitude. You welcomed everyone. You listened to the critics, suggestions, and you welcomed them well. More than that, you brought IPU to a different level, to a discussion, to enrichment of democracy, more inclusive, open to more women, more young people, and making sure that all of us are motivated to do more in this institution, which has more than 100 years. And Brazil is proud to be able to speak Portuguese and having had you in presidency. And you were great. And at the end of your mandate, you could have brought this assembly, the 147th assembly, to your own country, Portugal. You could have brought this to Lisbon, but no, you brought it to a country, to a Portuguese-speaking country, here in Africa, in order to bring prestige to countries, one of the countries that are part of the IPU. And this demonstrates how great you are. And this is the feeling that we are going to bring from here in order to perpetuate, in the future, these concepts and principles that you taught us. And our elected president, Tuya, you have a difficult mission to replace already a high-level presidency and make it even better. But I'm sure that with your support, your recommendation experience, and as part of the executive committee that I am, together with the other colleagues, will help you, Mrs. President, and that will make sure that presidents will still grow thanks to the experiences and the greatness of our to our president, and lots of success to you, President. And I hope that you have many other mandates in the future for you, President. Thank you.
Dear Duarte, I lied again. You said that's the end, right? That speech, the Brazilian speech, was the last. Yes. And I said, yes, it's not the end. I'm enjoying this very much, but I have to say my own few words in tribute to my dear friend. I'll call you a brother because over these past 3 years, we have worked not only as colleagues and friends, but brothers. And I say that from the bottom of my heart. The video that we projected at the beginning of this ceremony encapsulates how we saw the presidency of Duarte Pacheco. And I will say that what you saw there was not anecdotal, it was for real. You saw him in action, the man in action, in support of the IPU vision and strategy. And I have heard all of you today here confirm what was displayed in that video. Duarte, there is a meeting of the minds here. We in the Secretariat, the Secretary General and his colleagues, view you in a way that the members of this organization view you. We have had lots of things, and I don't want to go back into them because it will be repetitive. We're running late. But if I were to characterize your presidency, I would say, and many people said it here, it has been a presidency of commitment. Commitment to this organization, selfless service to the organization. And I can say that for real because you and I have traveled jointly. We've gone to places, and we're in the plane, and I am all tired, and I'm saying I'm going home. I'm looking forward to a good weekend. No, the next day, you are on the flight to somewhere else, and I wonder where you take all this energy. And I'm glad that colleagues here have mentioned that. I know where you take that energy from. You want me to reveal the secret? No. It has been a presidency of collaboration. We have worked as a team. You're a team player. I can confirm that. Over these years, we have had lots of consultations over issues, over the strategy of the organization, the vision, where we want to take this organization. And I must say that what has unified you and myself has been that we have been looking in the same direction. You have been looking ahead. I have been looking ahead. There's no one person who has said, I look in this direction and in the other direction. And that is why you have been able to achieve those things that your colleagues are recognizing today, and which I myself recognize, and I will not go into the details. Of course, as team players, as brothers, as friends, we've had our skirmishes, but that is because we are looking in the same direction, but sometimes the approach is different. I want to take shortcuts, you know, you don't want, no, I want to take long cuts, because you're the one who is always taking the shortcuts. Say, we do this. But we end up in the same destination, the interests of the organization. I want to recognize that. So, Duarte, let me just conclude. We gave you a gift, a virtual gift, at the beginning of this session, but I want to give you, since we're talking of hybrid modalities for the IPU, I want to give you a gift in person. And it is a symbolic gift. You heard in that video the concluding statement. You said you wanted democracy for everyone. You have been the president for everyone. You've been the president for all the members of the IPU. And I want to give you this little token, which we carry along with us to remind you of that motto of the IPU, for democracy for everyone. You will be relinquishing your duties as president of the IPU, but I do know that you are not relinquishing your duties as a proponent of democracy. So we want to give you this old-fashioned pen. I think it was created when our forefathers created this organization. So I want you to be to remember all the time the founding ideals of the organization: peace through dialogue and mediation. So I hope, and I'll make sure when I come to Lisbon and I see you in your office, you're going to be using this pen to remind you of the friendships that you have created here, to remind you of the achievements that you have made in service to the IPU. So Duarte, please, just accept this.
Thank you. No? Okay. I will try. I don't know if I finish, but I will try to be. Dear friends, allow me not to give you the treatment of colleagues, but I prefer friends. Thank you so much for all the words you said. We don't need it. I don't need it. You don't need to say that. Because when someone do what should do, is our obligation. It's our obligation. Tulia, congratulations for your victory again. And I believe that you will be a wonderful president because you have the same commitment. No one appoints us again saying, you need to run, you need to be president. We said, myself 3 years ago, now you, we are available to serve. And if we say that, we need to do it after the election. We need to be 150% available to the positions that we accepted to serve. And this is what I try to do. I try to do it, and I believe Tulia will do the same. to serve all countries equal, all members of the delegations equally. It can be from a huge country for a very small country. It can be from Africa, from Europe, from Arab world, from Asia, from America. Okay, they are members of IPU, the same treatment always. And we did a lot, yes, reinforcing the visibility, creating the ATAN, creating the Cremi Pazzi Award, a lot of change in our organization with new strategy and strategy of communication. We realized, and it was a hard task for the Secretariat, the first meeting of our assembly was online. And so in April or March 21, just the second one was possible to do presential, but also with a lot of people with reservations. But I said to Martin, we need to go. Otherwise, we never came back to the normal life. We need to do it. And it was possible to do it. And I did it. I always say, committed mistakes, yes, because I am a human being. No one is perfect. We try to avoid to commit it. Maybe I committed, yes. Because with humility, I am a human being like all of you. No one is perfect. But the commitment and the approach to do the things as better as possible was always present in my attitudes and in my words. But what I did or don't did, it happened just because I have a lot of people helping me. I need to say thank you to the Portuguese Parliament. I don't know if they recognize me there anymore, because I have so long absent that I think I needed to present myself on the day I came back. But I have the comprehension of the Speaker, of the President of my political party, to be around the world or to work with IPU, forgetting my other duties as member of the Parliament. I need to say thank you to all the staff of IPU, to the Secretary General, but each one of members of the staff of IPU. I remember my first visit was there, and I said, when I joined all of them, we need to work as a team. If someone is pushing to one side or to the other side, we will not go anywhere. We need to work on that team, and I try, and they tried, and I think we got it during these 3 years. I need to say thank you to all the countries that helped me to do my job, all the countries that accept and send invitations, all. I have moments that I will never forget. The first visit, my first visit was to India, because I wished to pay a tribute to the largest democracy of the world. I remember when I visited Pakistan and I went to Peshawar to pray inside a mosque that was attacked by terrorists and 70 people dying when they are praying. I remember in Djibouti when we went to a small town in the middle of nowhere to talk with women and to ask them to participate more in politics. So in all continents, I have amazing experiences. And so thank you, all of you, that receive me and make the conditions to do my work. I need to say thank you to all the Portuguese staff, and special to Arthur. I said to everyone, you know better my life than myself. Because when someone asks me something, I said, talk with Arthur. If you say yes, it's done. Because I never know where I will be next week. So thank you for everything. And finally, obrigado.
Thank you to my family. Without your unwavering support and understanding, this would have not been possible. For your strength, for your support. There is a moment that I'm really sorry about, and I'd really like to share this with you. I'm really sorry. Today, when my children received their university diploma, I was not there with them. I was serving IPU, so I'd like to apologize, to ask for their apologies, and thank you very much.
With that, dear Duarte, we have come to the end of any other business. So you can now declare this session of the Council closed.
The session of the Governing Council is closed. With a little delay, Madam Speaker. Excuse. And now you have the floor to go to the final session.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon to you all. I'd like to say that during the last 4 days of our assembly, there were very productive and robust deliberations on a series of highly relevant issues. So I propose that we appreciate item 3 of our agenda, namely the general debate on parliamentary action for peace, justice, and strong institutions, which relates to SDG 16. There were very substantive deliberations during these couple of days, and we had around 160 interventions from around 120 national parliaments and 12 partner organizations. Thus, I will now introduce the main conclusions and recommendations for the declaration, which will be called the Luanda Declaration, which starts by emphasizing that we, as parliamentarians, have the collective responsibility to make that these questions which have been discussed during the general debate on parliamentary action for peace, justice, and strong institutions will be truly implemented. If we do so, we will be promoting Sustainable Development Goal number 16, also known as the governance goal. Good governance is considered in the Luanda Declaration as being essential for the attainment of SDGs defined in 2015. Parliaments have a key role to implement it. The Luanda Declaration calls for the need of increasing trust and a more active participation of citizens and social groups in all institutions and at all levels. This should be carried out in a more equitable fashion with more inclusivity, and this inclusiveness should also extend to parliaments, so parliaments should adopt the necessary measures. The strengthening of the rule of law should be, according to the Luanda Declaration, at the heart of our action so as to promote good governance, including transparency and managing the public affairs towards the public good. Thus, we encourage the functioning of independent and accountable institutions. Luanda Declaration believes that we should keep on working towards impartiality of the judicial system so as to guarantee swiftness in the judicial proceedings and the respect for human rights. Justice is thus considered as an essential requirement for peace. Thus, the declaration estimates that the increase of conflicts in several regions of the world have got extremely damaging consequences for the populations on one hand, and they are the outcome of social and economic asymmetries as of discrimination based on gender, race, ethnicity, or cultural or religious differences. Thus, the Luanda Declaration reaffirms vehemently our belief in the rule of law, both at national and international level, as a basis for the peaceful conflict resolution. In this respect, we reiterate the need to protect human rights in time of war. We launch a strong appeal to the international community to guarantee that humanitarian aid should be provided in the areas afflicted by conflicts. The declaration appeals that all measures should be taken to combat and prevent any types of violence against women or against minority groups and most underprivileged groups. Declaration appeals for our commitment to work towards the reform of the public sector as a way of guaranteeing a better service to citizens. The necessary financial and human resources shall be mobilized. So we appeal for countries to review their development and cooperation policies to give a special emphasis to public investment. Having in mind the importance of the global assessment of SDG 16, which we'll hope will take place in 2024 in the high-level political Forum of United Nations on Sustainable Development, Luanda Declaration appeals for us to conform our national plans for SDG 16, peace and justice for all, and that nobody should be left behind. Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, thank you very much. I'd like to ask whether you accept the adoption of this declaration by acclamation. Let us move into item number 5 of the agenda. We have a resolution prepared by the Committee on Democracy and Human Rights, Orphanage, Trafficking, and the Role of Parliamentarians. For the speaker interrupts herself. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Reno to present this document.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and can I thank you and all of our wonderful hosts here in Angola for a magnificent assembly. But Madam Delegates, good afternoon. I'm very proud to address the 147th Assembly as the rapporteur on orphanage trafficking for the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights. And in this capacity, I have the honour of presenting and proposing that the Assembly adopt the draft resolution of this committee on orphanage trafficking, the role of parliaments in reducing harm. In this debate on this draft resolutions this week, 30 nations spoke. Every nation was in support of this resolution. And in total, we had 27 nations submitting 196 amendments, and we worked through them all in a great spirit of collegiality and in common cause. And I thank most sincerely all delegations and delegates who participated in the debate and contributed to the amendments. This participation and the constructive way that everybody engaged in the debate have made this an even stronger resolution. It is a very comprehensive and a practical resolution that is focused on supporting parliamentarians in every nation to take meaningful action to stop this very wicked form of child trafficking. And we're doing that through providing now through the IPA education, legislation and advocacy. And in this resolution, as we conclude our assembly here in Angola, we have much to be proud of. And in fact, we have 8 million reasons to be proud. And that is because as a result of this resolution, if passed, 8 million vulnerable children have been transferred or recruited from their families into orphanages or residential care settings solely for the purpose of exploitation and or profit. And today there are over 50 million people who have been trafficked into slavery, the most of any time in human history. But 8 million is a wonderful place to start, and 8 million children. But as wicked as this form of exploitation, this new form of exploitation is, by working together over time, we can stop it. And in tackling human trafficking, there are 3 well-known P's for government action: prevention, protection and prosecution. If this resolution is adopted, the IPU will be providing a new and powerful 4th P, and that is partnerships. The global partnerships needed to end this new form of trafficking, but we must do that, but we also must provide more robust child protection systems and also suitable family-based care to ensure families can stay together. So finally, I would like to thank the many people who have contributed to this resolution, to the IPU staff themselves and Andy Richardson and his team, to my staff, to our Australian Parliament staff, to Kate Van Dor, Rebecca Knepp, the Inter-Parliamentary Task Force on Human Trafficking, my colleague here from Belgium, Michael de Magid, Hopeland and Global Citizen. This resolution is a true global collaboration. So now it is my privilege to present this draft to the Assembly and humbly seek your endorsement. Thank you.
Obrigada. Chamamos agora o senhor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Mr. Gajatian from Suriname, the President of the Standing Committee. Could you please present your report?
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. And now I've got the honour of introducing the President of the committee, Mr. Gayadeen of Suriname. Sir?
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to thank the Senator Reynolds for her excellent work for adopting this resolution, working on this resolution. I also would like to thank to the committee for the very constructive approach to the preparation of this resolution, and also our IPU secretary. It was a privilege because I did a year ago a resolution, but at this resolution we had only one reservation, and it go very smoothly. The Standing Committee also decided its agenda for next year. The committee strongly supports the recommendation of the Bureau to prepare a resolution entitled "The Impact of Artificial Intelligence on Democracy, Human Rights, and the Rule of Law." There will be two rapporteurs for this resolution, Mrs. Michelle Ramphel-Garner from Canada and Mrs. Neema Lugangira from the United Republic of Tanzania. The chair of the IPU's Working Group on Science and Technology also took the floor to express his support to this resolution and to offer to work together on this important subject, as he mentioned in his report in the Council. So we are looking forward to working on the issues around AI and democracy, and developing strong guidance for parliaments on this matter. The committee also agreed to hold a debate at the next assembly entitled "Sustainable Actions to Improve the Life Conditions of People with Disabilities, including their chances for education and work opportunities." I note with satisfaction that both of the debate and the resolution fit very well within the three focus areas of the committee has chosen to work on its coming years, which are improvement of the functioning of parliaments, democracy and human rights in the digital era, and a more inclusive, fairer world. By focusing its work within this area, the committee will well positioned to develop its expertise to increase the impact and to make a strong contribution to the overall IPU strategy. Finally, the committee elected a new president, Mrs. Yehanan Mahmoud from Maldives, and a new vice president, Mr. Arsen Torosain from Armenia. As I end my 2 years as president of the Standing Committee, I would like to thank all members for what we have been able to achieve together. I wish the incoming president the best luck in her new role. I also congratulate the incoming president, Madam Dr. Tulia Axon, and wish her success in this new position. Also, we are very pleased to thank Mr. Duarte Pacheco for his contribution to IPU. Thank you, Madam President.
Obrigada.
Thank you.
So I assume that the Assembly adopts this resolution. Is it adopted? There are no objections. It is adopted. Item 6 of the agenda. I now call the Honourable. So, item 6 of the agenda, report from the Standing Committee for Peace and International Security, report of the Sustainable Development Standing Committee, the report of the Standing Committee of the UN issues. So starting with the Standing Committee for Peace and Security, I invite the chair of this commission from Italy to present the report.
Mrs. Speaker, dear colleagues, allow me to pay a tribute to my colleague, President Duarte Pacheco. You have been a great president of the IPU and a fantastic political gentleman. I also wish to salute our new president, dear friend Tulia Axon, who has competed and who has now a very important task, that of guiding our organization in the next years in times that are other than easy. So all the best to you and a good work. Dear colleagues, my task today on behalf of our chair of the commission, colleague Al-Ahbabi, who had to leave earlier, is to inform you of the results of the deliberations of the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security during our assembly. On October 24th, we held 2 consecutive panels. Firstly, we organized an expert hearing on the social and humanitarian impact of autonomous weapon systems and artificial intelligence. This is the subject of the next resolution to be debated, as we already said, in committee in March 2024. We started by hearing from some excellent experts and one of the 2 co-rapporteurs, followed by a lively debate on the consequences of using these weapons. Our second event was a follow-up to the 2022 resolution on peace processes, linked to the drawing up of an inventory of the tools available to parliamentarians to engage in dialogue, legislate, exercise their power of oversight, and take preventive action to promote peace. This activity provided an opportunity to present the approaches to common security and human security, as well as the principles of peace, which form the basis of a necessary paradigm shift in our understanding of what it means, the word security. It also provided an opportunity to start presenting some of the good practices identified that could help to engage parliamentarians in conflict prevention. Our third event, it took place on October 26th, focused on transparency and addressed corruption as one of the main root causes of conflict. The presentations by the experts and the debates that followed showed the extent to which fraud undermines peace by depriving it of vital funds that could be used to support actions to improve people's well-being. They also pointed out that cooperation between parliaments and supreme audit institutions is essential in this fight. At the end of this event, the Commission organized elections not only for the Bureau, which had 7 vacant posts to fill, but also to elect its new management on the basis of the decisions taken by the geopolitical groups. In this context, Mrs. Aygul Kuspan from Kazakhstan and Mr. Mojtaba Rezakan from Iran were elected respectively President and Vice President of the Committee for the next 2-year cycle. On October 25th, the Bureau of the Standing Committee met. We discussed our work plan and proposed that the Bureau meet between assemblies in order to discuss the state of peace and security, to plan more effectively, and to propose topical issues to be dealt with by all members of the committee. In the same vein, we asked that a monitoring of issues relating to the committee's mandate be prepared in advance of our regular meetings and shared with IPU members so that they are kept abreast of the latest developments in the field of peace and security. Both proposals were approved by the committee. Within the Bureau, we also agreed that the proliferation of conflicts is dividing humanity in a way that will not benefit either side. Indeed, whatever belligerents come to mind when you hear the word conflict, it is worth remembering that the security of one nation cannot be assured at the expense of another. We all agreed that as parliamentarians, we are obliged to resolve conflicts, and that in cases where resolution seems impossible, where compromise seems out of reach, we are bound to find a way, not for ourselves, but for all those we represent. To do so, we must show humility, dignity, solidarity, and reciprocal respect. Bearing in mind that the IPU's theme for 2024 will be peace and security, we agreed that we should strive to reinvigorate multilateralism, to strengthen the links between nations, citizens, and institutions, and thus give peace a chance. I thank all the colleagues from the Bureau and the committee for their precious work, and thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigada. Pode sentar.
Thank you. You may sit now. So can we consider that the Assembly took note of this report? There being no opposition, it is adopted. Now, Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. Invite the Acting Chair, Honourable Mr. Haven Williams from Seychelles, to present the report.
Good afternoon. Firstly, on behalf of the Standing Committee for Sustainable Development and on behalf of the United Arab Emirates, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Pacheco, for all of your contributions to the IPU over the past 3 years, and to the Speaker of Angola for their warm welcome to Luanda. I'd like to also congratulate all 4 candidates on their successful campaigns, and a special congratulations to Dr. Tulia Axon on becoming the 31st President of the IPU. Dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to present some highlights from the committee's sessions this week. A full report will be circulated after the Assembly. The committee held 3 panel discussions featuring experts from the United Nations and academia, and approximately 50 delegations attended. The first panel featured a debate on promoting access to affordable green energy and ensuring innovation, responsibility, and equity. This theme corresponds to the title of the resolution that will be presented during the next session of the committee in March 2024. A first draft of this resolution will be circulated to all members and posted to the IPU website in December. The second panel presented the draft outcome document of the parliamentary meeting that will take place in the United Arab Emirates at the Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC COP28, which is extremely critical since it will be the first global stocktake since the 2015 Paris Agreement. This is the assessment of progress made towards mitigating global warming and identifying overall gaps to achieve the Paris Agreement on a global level. On top of the many substantive issues of this document, over which we hope to achieve consensus, I want to highlight one political win. For the first time since we began the series of parliamentary meetings at COP, this year's meeting will take place in the green zone, as opposed to being on the sidelines of COP. The green zone is the area within the main conference venue immediately adjacent to the negotiating room. In other words, we finally have direct access to the decision makers that we need to influence and partner with. The third and final panel focused on ensuring global food security. We discussed various ways to transform agri-food systems to make them more sustainable and resilient, as well as ways to deliver lower-cost nutritious foods and affordable diets for all. In short, the key takeaways from the committee sessions were, number one, vulnerable populations are severely impacted by climate change and disasters. Involving young people in shaping solutions and commitments to ensure affordable, healthy food, sustainable farming, and environmental responsibility is critical, since any decision for young people needs to include young people. Number two, climate issues are complex. While national action is key, international collaboration across nations, governments, civil society, and parliamentary bodies is needed. Partnerships and cooperations are paramount. We need to partner and cooperate with all stakeholders since climate issues impact us all. Number three, food and nutrition security involve interconnected policy challenges that no single country can solve alone. Parliaments must promote equitable food access, sustainable agriculture, transparent data, knowledge sharing, and international cooperation to address this issue effectively. At the end of the committee, yesterday morning, elections were held to fill positions of the bureau of the committee. Mr. Artur Gerasimov of Ukraine was elected as a new member from the 12+ group. Mr. Waven William of the Seychelles was elected as committee president, and myself, Mira Al-Suwaidi from the United Arab Emirates, was elected as vice president. In addition, the committee took note that Ms. Irene Morena of Uruguay will complete the term of Mr. Raul Lozano, who is no longer a member of parliament. The committee also approved the work plan for the next assembly and will dedicate all its sittings to the drafting of the resolution. Thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you. Can I now consider that the Assembly has taken note of this report? It has been adopted then. Now allow me to invite the acting chair of the Standing Commission, Mr. Gertfroy from Belgium, to present the report. The lady did not send which Standing Committee she was talking about.
Dear colleagues, first of all, I'd like to thank for the warm welcome and hospitality here in Angola. Once again, I'd like also to thank the new president, or to congratulate the new president of the IPU, Mrs. Axon. And I will follow now with my report of the Standing Committee on the United Nations Affairs. We had here very productive meetings. We met in 2 sessions with over 40 delegations taking part and approved our first motion under our new working methods and joined it out to a United Nations project. In his first session, the United Nations resident coordinator, Mrs. Zahira Virani, described the United Nations country team's work in Angola and provided some history of the United Nations work here. Ms. Virani shared the Angolan United Nations plan for the next 4 years, the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, which seeks to support Angola's commitments for the Sustainable Development Goals. The plan has 4 pillars: people, peace, prosperity, and the planet. The discussion that followed reinforced that parliaments have a duty to provide government oversight, ensuring the people's goals are realized. Parliamentarians were encouraged to meet with their own resident coordinators and become more familiar with their nation's work with the United Nations. In its second session, the committee discussed Security Council reform with His Excellency Ambassador Tarek Albani, Kuwait's permanent representative to the United Nations New York and the co-chair of the negotiations on Security Council reform, and with Dr. Alexander Novoselov, an expert on the United Nations Security Council based in Paris. After some 13 interventions, many of which focused on their own government's positions on the issue, the panelists responded. Ambassador Albani encouraged parliamentarians to become engaged in Security Council reform discussions domestically and welcomed an IPU submission on this topic. Dr. Novoselov emphasized the need to ensure United Nations Security Council resolutions are implemented, and further that any reforms should be careful to ensure an efficient Security Council. Mr. President, the committee adopted its first motion, something I'm sure all colleagues will want to act upon when they return to their own parliaments. The new process of these motions has given a much more involvement of all the members and all the participants in this committee. Entitled Bringing Gender Equality to the United Nations General Assembly, the motion invites members to review their own foreign affairs recruitment and appointment processes to ensure more women ambassadors become permanent representatives to the General Assembly in New York and other senior United Nations diplomatic posts. And further, that they utilize their own parliamentary processes to meet with these ambassadors to encourage them to advance gender equality in the United Nations General Assembly. And we look forward to our next motion in Geneva, which we hope will focus on Security Council reform. Lastly, in keeping with past practice, Bureau members visited an impressive United Nations project about 1 hour from here. It was a great opportunity to not only see life and infrastructure beyond Luanda, but also how United Nations micro-policies are implemented at the local level, where they help real people in tough circumstances. The project Agri-Prey aims to help people transition from the insecure informal sector, where some 9 million Angolans work, to the formal economy. With the microloans and skills training in food processing, quality improvement, personal hygiene, proper labeling and packaging, literacy and math skills, the project helps people succeed. And in fact, what we have really done over there, our colleagues helped with their first export. We export now, or from this project, we export now to Belgium, Canada, Japan, Ukraine, Kenya, and South Sudan. We bought a lot of these products from this local project, and so we can now bring it at home. So they have already their first export. So, friends, I end my term as acting president and as member of the standing committee, and I'm pleased that we welcome 2 new members to the Bureau, Mr. Lopatka of Vienna and Senator Krexa of Argentina, who becomes our vice president and can confirm that Mr. McKinty of Canada is now our new president. Muito obrigado.
Será que posso considerar que a Assembleia toma nota deste relatório? Está aprovado. Aproveito também esta...
It takes note of this vote. It's adopted. Now take advantage of this opportunity to congratulate the new elected members of the standing commissions, chairs, vice chairs, and deputy chairs, and members of the bureaus, and wish you all the success in your work. Now we go on with item 7 of our agenda: approval of resolutions or themes for resolutions. So document A/147/7B1. As you certainly realize, the Standing Committee for Democracy and Human Rights proposed for the next cycle 2 themes. The first one is the impact of artificial intelligence on democracy, human rights, and rule of law. Honorable Michelle Ramper from Canada and Honorable Minga Longajura from Tanzania have been appointed rapporteurs for these themes. The second theme is the contribution of parliaments to protecting children victims of serious violations during armed conflicts, in particular to end recruitment of child soldiers. Honorable Madam Kamal Mik from Morocco was appointed rapporteur for this theme. Does the Assembly accept this decision? It has been approved. Now, time has come for final comments from the representatives of the 6 geopolitical groups of IPU. I first give the floor to the representative of the representative from the African group, Mr. Baldendal from Algeria.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of parliaments, ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of delegations, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, may the peace of God be upon you. It is an honor and a pleasure for me, on behalf of myself and on behalf of the African Geopolitical Group at the IPU, which I currently chair, to thank you heartily, to thank the Republic of Angola for hosting the works of our meetings and sittings. I would like to thank the President of the Republic of Angola for his audacity and for the strength of his message during the inaugural ceremony of the 147th Assembly of the IPU held here in Luanda, the capital of Angola. Angola has brought together parliamentarians from all over the world on this beautiful land that has a long-standing history deeply rooted in the soil of our beloved African continent. Therefore, I would like to thank all those who have contributed to the preparation and hosting of this assembly here in Luanda, the capital of Angola. I would like to pay a special tribute to Madam Carolina Cerqueira, House Speaker of Angola, President of the National Assembly of Angola, for her wisdom in leading the sittings of this assembly. I am sure that this was no easy task, especially in light of the successive alarming events that are ongoing worldwide. From African parliamentarians to Angola, I would like to say that we are very grateful and respectful of you for your honorable humanitarian stance. This is something that comes as no surprise in Africa, with all its peoples that have always championed what's right. I would also like to thank the administration and staff members of the IPU, but also all those who have participated in their capacity as experts or consultants or participants. We are gathered here in a country that we take a great deal of pride in. It is an honor for us to meet on a Portuguese-speaking territory. Africa will fare just fine because its sons and daughters are keen to protect it and defend it. In all avenues of life, social, environmental, economic, financial, and political, we face a number of challenges amidst deep polarization, amidst chaos that has pervaded our societies. The international community, therefore, has to revisit its stances and its positions towards righteous causes. The international community has to shoulder its responsibility towards colonized peoples that are victims of violations of human rights, violations that are unfair and unjust, because international law cannot be divided and cannot be construed according to the interests of some peoples. Any occupation anywhere will have very dangerous consequences that will reach all corners of the world. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate my thanks to the Republic of Angola, its people, its government, and its National Assembly. I would like to convey to Madam Tulia Axon, the new president of the IPU. We congratulate you, ma'am. We would like to pay our tribute to you. It is a very honorable testament from all parliamentarians of the world who have voted for you and vested their trust and confidence in you. We wish you success in all your endeavors. We wish you wisdom, and we pledge our support to you, our unwavering support to you in your mandate, as long as you remain attached to the principles and values of the IPU, as long as you remain attached to humanity and ethics and the principles of international humanitarian law. You will have not only the support of Africa, but the support of the entire world. Here in the IPU, in this General Assembly, held by the IPU that was built on ideals, it was built on the basis of values and not in the wake of crises, like the League of Nations, for example, that was established after World War I, or like the United Nations that was established in the wake of World War II. Unlike those two organizations, the IPU was built on ideals, values that sought to build a better future for mankind. Our presence here is merely an expression of our best wishes for Africa, for the United States, for the Americas, for Australia, for other regions of the world, for the entire humanity to be okay, for the world to be okay and to fare well. We wish you the best of success from God. We are now about to celebrate the 150th General Assembly. In 5 assemblies from today, we might have to exert more efforts to increase this IPU's visibility, this organization's visibility for the welfare of mankind. Thank you.
And now the chair, or the president of the 12+ group, Mr. De Frooy from Belgium.
Dear colleagues, our 12+ group has met on 22 October for a long meeting, and then every morning from the 24th to the 26th October. It had also held an important side event on Lives Beyond Borders, Remembering Children Lost to War, organized by Ukraine, which was attended by a lot of delegations to support this important cause. The 12+ group members have been very active in several committees, including the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights, which has adopted a draft resolution from our Australian colleague, Mrs. Reynolds, on orphanage trafficking, the role of parliaments in reducing harm. This is a very important and delicate subject, and I want to congratulate Mrs. Reynolds and her colleague from Peru, Mr. Bustamante, to make this task a success. It was a great pleasure to see the constructive atmosphere in the Standing Committee. The 12+ group is also happy that the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights has approved the proposal from Mrs. Rampel Gardner from Canada and her colleague from Tanzania on artificial intelligence as the topic of its next resolution. The evolution of AI presents great opportunities, but it is also a matter for grave concern which urgently needs legislation. I also want to applaud the first ever motion of the Standing Committee on the United Nations Affairs. The subject of this resolution, gender balance in the General Assembly of the United Nations, is very important because of the global leadership role of the United Nations. And I'm very happy that from now on, the Standing Committee will have an end product at the end of each assembly. I was the acting chair of this committee until this assembly, but above all, I want to applaud my predecessor and my dear 12+ colleague, Laurent Werly from Switzerland, and the secretary of the committee, Ms. Paddy Torsney, for the work they did to redefine the mandate of this committee. I'm convinced that the committee now will now be in good and very experienced hands, since another colleague from the 12+, Mr. David McKenty from Canada, will build on this, and I'm sure he will. However, sadly enough, we are having this assembly while the world is on fire. The most recent crisis is, of course, the latest conflict in the Middle East. I can only hope that during the next assembly, it will already be a less divisive topic. It's our duty as MPs to keep on trying everything we can to address the current situation. And at the same time, the resolutions on the inhuman war of aggression in Ukraine are still without any effect on the ground. I can only call on the Russian MPs to take their responsibility instead of being accomplices of terrible war crimes. Maybe they should wonder how they want to be remembered as MPs. Unfortunately, the situation of human rights in other parts of the world remains as worrisome as ever. The 2023 Nobel Peace Prize winner, Mrs. Narjit Mohammadi, is still in prison. Regarding her situation, I have nothing to add to the following quote of Ms. Agnes Kalamar, the Secretary General of Amnesty International. I quote, "Her recognition today by the Nobel Peace Committee sends a clear message to the Iranian authorities that their crackdown on peaceful critics and human rights defenders will not go unchallenged. The international community must make renewed efforts to push for Narjis Mohammadi's immediate and unconditional release, as well as that of all other women and men who have been unjustly imprisoned simply for peaceful exercising their human rights, including in the aftermath of the Women Life Freedom protest of 2022. I would like to call on the new IPU President to make a statement on the release of Ms. Mohammadi." To get back to the parliamentary level, several 12+ delegations have met with the delegation of Myanmar parliamentarians in exile. We all know the current situation in Myanmar, the military coup, the dire situation of the human rights, etc. I don't have to elaborate on this. The description of the case of 63 MPs by our Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians is telling enough. As for all the other cases treated by the committee, it is fundamental for us parliamentarians to touch upon them during every bilateral meeting that we are having and maintain the pressure wherever we can. To end on an important positive note, the IPU is writing history today. For the first time, we have an African woman who will be presiding the IPU. And we had 4 female candidates from Africa. The battle is over, and there are only winners. Ladies, you are all winners. For your country, for your continent, for the world, and for the IPU. Congratulations, Ms. Axon. Let's get to work. Our huge task as MPs and IPU members remains unchanged. As 12+, we are firmly committed to the core IPU values and principles, in particular the promotion of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Ms. Axon, you will have a strong ally in the 12+ to uphold these values and to battle for them. Dear colleague, I would like to conclude by thanking all of you for the inspiring exchanges and our Angolan host for the warm hospitality, not only here, but all over Luanda. And thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, dear International Secretariat. Thank you, delegation staff. And see you all next time in Geneva. Mucho obrigado.
And now I'd like to give the floor to, unfortunately, we cannot hear what the chair is saying. Unfortunately, we cannot hear what the chair is saying. We cannot hear what the chair is saying. Thank you. And I'd like to call the attention of the right to request for the floor is at the end of these declarations. So I'd like to give the floor to Nutera from Iraq, representing the Arab group. Point of order at the end.
مايكرو اوكي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السيدة كارولينا الأنغولي المحترمة معالي السيد رئيس البرلمان الدولي
Excellencies, Carolina Sarkera, Speaker of the National Assembly, President, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, on behalf of the Arab Geopolitical Group, I would like to thank Angola for the wonderful organization of this assembly. We benefited from an outstanding organization of the assembly, and the Angolan parliament spared no efforts to ensure we receive the best possible welcome. I'd also like to thank the Republic of Angola, which supported the Palestinian people. We are very grateful to the President of the Republic for his statement at the inaugural ceremony, and we wish to thank all the delegations which spoke out in favor of the Palestinian people and denounced what is happening in the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip today is the victim of one of the worst genocides in history, and this is occurring before our very eyes. To achieve peace and security in the world, we need to work unflaggingly to identify the real causes of conflict and settle these conflicts to ensure that they don't get worse, and to ensure that these conflicts do not adversely affect populations around the world. Look at current conflicts. They are the result of the fact that the international community hasn't sufficiently worked to solve the root causes of these conflicts. This responsibility should be shouldered by the superpowers in this world, but unfortunately they are not shouldering this responsibility. They have preconceived ideas, and they tend to support those who are violating the rights of others. We firmly believe that international law and the ideals which led to the creation of the United Nations will make it possible to put an end to such crimes. The Republic of Angola, for example, in its history, has encountered a series of difficulties. After 4 decades, they finally put an end to occupation. So thank you again to Angola, and may we also thank the General Secretariat of the IPU for its outstanding organization of the work at this assembly. In conclusion, I would also like to congratulate Mrs. Tulia Ackson, the delegate from Tanzania, who has now been elected as president of the IPU. On behalf of Iraq and the Arab group, we wish to congratulate you, Madam.
And now, the floor to the representative of Asia Pacific, Dortmund from Australia. The gentleman has been replaced by a lady, as you noticed.
My name is Senator Deborah O'Neill, and I speak to you today on behalf of the Honourable Milton Dick MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives Australia, and the 2023 Chair of the Asia Pacific Group. On behalf of the Australian delegation, we are honoured that our Speaker has been endorsed by the APG to serve on the IPU Executive Committee, the first Australian to do so for 30 years. On behalf of the Asia Pacific Group, I would first like to thank the Angolan Parliament, but particularly you, Ms. Carolina Sequeira, Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, for hosting the 147th IPU Assembly. I would like to thank you for the incredible care that you have provided to all the delegates from around the world and the great welcome of the Angolan people. I would also like to thank the IPU Secretariat for their tireless efforts to make this assembly a success. A fundamental principle that underpins the Asia Pacific Group, or the APG, is consensus. I am proud to note that it was with consensus that the APG endorsed the Speaker of Tuvalu, the Honourable Samuelu Penetala Teo, as our candidate for the Crema Passi Prize for advocacy on climate change. It was in this APG spirit of consensus and regional cooperation that Mr. Speaker hosted a webinar series for the APG members in the lead up to this assembly. Noting that 60% of the world's youth live in the Asia Pacific, our first webinar focused on youth engagement with Parliament in our region. Our second webinar considered women's leadership and engagement with Parliament in the Asia Pacific region, where there is now at least one woman member of Parliament in each of the legislatures of all Pacific Islander countries. These webinars provided our members with an opportunity to acknowledge common challenges, to share initiatives and apply best practice. The webinars were attended by 61 delegates across 18 countries, with presentations made by 13 regional delegates. In his capacity as chair of the APG, Mr. Speaker also invited the IPU presidential candidates to present themselves to the APG membership twice, firstly at a webinar in September and then in person at our meeting here in Luanda on the 23rd of October. Finally, in his contribution at the 146th Assembly, Mr. Speaker made a commitment to engage the smaller members of our group, the Pacific Islands, to ensure their participation in the IPU on behalf of the people of the Pacific. I am pleased to report that we have 4 of our 8 Pacific Islander members at this Assembly. On behalf of Mr. Speaker, I thank them for attending, and I thank all APG members for their cooperation and engagement over this period of review. Finally, can I take this opportunity to congratulate the newly elected President of the IPU, Ms. Julia Ackson of Tanzania, and a new leader for all of us as we strive for peace through dialogue and mediation in the way that the great challenges of 2023 to 2026 will demand of us. I look forward with the people of the Asia Pacific Group to having an even greater presence of the IPU in our region and an even stronger relationship with you, Tulia, in the years ahead. Thank you, and thank you to all the delegates.
Muito obrigada.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to the last speaker of this sequence, Mr. Nadine Wayera of the Gurulak Group.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, on behalf of the GRULAC Group, that is the group of Latin America and the Caribbean comprising some 26 countries, it is my honor to express our sincerest thanks to you, the Congress of Angola, the Assembly of Angola, His Excellency, the President of Angola, for your warm welcome, the considerable care with which you undertook to host this conference, and in particular for a very well organized and involved assembly. As I'm on the floor, I also, on behalf of the group, extend our appreciation to Duarte. Duarte has been a good friend of the grouping and of Guyana from the inception. He and I met almost 3 years ago online, and he has certainly stood up for every country in our geopolitical bloc, along with every other country in the IPU. He worked hard to ensure that he could get at least one new member from our grouping to be a member of this assembly. And that member we all accepted a few days ago, that member being the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you very much for all of your service. Duarte, Martin has always, and his staff has always been so kind, accommodating, and more particularly, very, very helpful in the run-up to this conference and whenever we have engagement. So on behalf of all of us, Madam President, thank you, muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Well, thank you, and now we shall go on, and I'd like to give the floor to Iran. Iran, you have the floor.
In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Madam President, I would like to appreciate you, Madam President, for the very well organization of this assembly. And I would like to mention that MPs from some restricted countries who express their concerns regarding the imprisonment of an Iranian national. These persons are in fact see that in the past 2 weeks, more than 2,000 children have been massacred in Gaza, in Palestine, but they have never expressed their concerns. They are not concerned regarding humanity and human lives. They are going to create some subjects against their own opposition forces. If they mean it, there are tens of thousands of prisoners in their own prisons. If they are honest, they are separating the children of immigrants from their families so that these children will grow forever in orphanages without any roots and without families. If they mean it, they should not impose that much pressure against the asylum seekers and immigrants so that in hundreds and in thousands, they are submerged, they are drowned in the seas. They are misleading the global public mind so that not to focus on the atrocities committed by the Israeli child killer regime in Palestine. They are misleading the public opinion. If they look at the history of their own countries and their own backgrounds, they have tried colonize countries through aggression. They are born with aggression. If you look at the Middle Ages, these countries created the Middle Ages. They are going to teach law and rule-based procedures to whom? They are exploiting people. They are attacking against people in the media, in the virtual space. They are distracting the cultures of different nations. They are trying to run the world through these procedures. Today, it is necessary to ask them to manage their own countries. They should know their own rights, and they should not meddle in the internal affairs of other countries.
Well, it's sad to listen to this last, and I'd like now, sorry, to give the floor to Duarte Pacheco, who during this last 5 years was a very skilled captain of this ship of ours, multinational and multicultural, someone who during COVID-19 was able to guide us. And President Duarte Pacheco, you have the floor.
Senhora Presidente da Assembleia Nacional de Angola e
Madam Chair and the President Speaker and Madam all Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, and let me in mind as the last in the IPU Presidents to express myself in the to Madam Speaker and all the other authorities, of course, and to the President of the Republic and all the staff of this National Assembly, my sincere thanks the way you welcomed us, all of us. In the first day, Madam Speaker, we knew that we had to trust in your organization, and we are also trust in realizing that you can do it, because preparation was excellent. But this week here in Luanda, day after day, cooperating with you, we confirm the excellence of the work done by the staff here that work together here from Angola and the IPU in order to end this General Assembly in the most successful way. I thank on behalf of the way that Angola welcomed us during these days. Thank you, Angola. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2020, at the beginning of my mandate, I promised that an IPU would hold an assembly in a Portuguese-speaking country. We are a community of brothers and sisters, and I had this ambition. And thank God for that. This is not just a dream, it's a reality. We have done it. We have organized this assembly here in Luanda. More than 1,200 participants from 129 countries, from all over, from parliamentarians from all over the countries have crossed oceans and reached Luanda in order to participate in an active manner in this IPU assembly. Allow me to thank each one of you, because all of us have parliamentarian work to do at our countries, in our parliaments, in our districts, but each one of you were here, available, abdicating of the time that you could spend with your family or in your parliaments to be here in Luanda, working for the IPU. So thank you to each one of you for having done that effort and to attending actively during these days in Luanda.
Many inspiration examples of how parliaments work to promote action for peace, justice and strong institutions, but also many good facts on principles that will guide our action, such as respect of international law. We have just adopted the Luanda Declaration, which underscores the imperative role of good governance in social cohesion. It recognizes the inseparable bond between the people and their institutions, a bond that we, as parliamentarians, are duty-bound to strengthen. Among other things, the Luanda Declaration rightly emphasizes the need for gender parity, youth inclusion, and fair representation of all groups. It underlines our responsibility to combat corruption and protect human beings. Dear friends, our role as lawmakers and overseers of the executive branch put us in a unique position to champion much-needed governance reforms, ensuring transparency, restore trust in institutions. I encourage you all to make the most of IPU, particularly in these troubled times. Indeed, escalating global challenge, such as the crisis in the Middle East, aiding the urgency to act upon our commitments. There, as in other long-running conflicts, we can see how violence begets violence, not peace. There must be an end to the hostilities and renewed discussions that will see Israel and Palestine coexisting in security and peace. But more immediately, the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza must be granted, like the release of all hostages. Let us remember that in the past 2 years, we have 6 coups, violence and widespread terror in Sahel, which had left 2.5 million people displaced. This assembly also being an occasion to bring experts and MPs together for the second Global Parliamentary Summit on counter-terrorism and violent extremism. As the Luanda Declaration makes very clear, inclusive, transparent, and robust institutions are critical to breaking the cycle of political instability in the region and establish the essential framework to identify answers and develop legitimate governance. We should never forget that whatever we discuss here needs to be brought back to our countries with implementation. Please do not forget it. Otherwise, we came here, we discuss, we spend our time, we spend our energy without results. We need to implement what we approve. In 2024, the IPU will maintain its works on climate change. But in parallel, we assume a new priority theme for the year 2024, peace and security. We understand that without peace, nothing is important. It's impossible to think on sustainable development goals, to think on gender parity in parliament, to defend youth participation with a war. Because on that moment of the conflicts, people are thinking just in surviving, how to survive to the war, not on the other issues. So peace and security are the theme that you, members of IPU, decide to be the priority for the next year. This assembly marks the end of my presence as IPU President. I need to say a word of thank you again to all members of IPU. I learned a lot with all of you during these 3 years. I learned a lot, believe me, because when we talk, if you are open to hear, we will learn. And this is what I tried to do during these 3 years. Let me once again congratulate Mrs. Tulia Exxon on her election as IPU President. And you will be, I'm sure of that, you will be one amazing president because you have the strength, competence, professionalism of women in Africa. You will be one amazing president. I believe in that. And finally, again, a thank you to our host, Madame Carolina Cerqueira, for the way the people of Angola, yourself, and all authority receive us. So, it was an honor to serve IPU as president. It will be an honor to serve IPU as delegate from Portugal. See you soon in our next IPU meeting as a safe travel home. See you.
Honorable Tulio Haxam, whom I reiterate my congratulations on your recent election. Secretary General of the IPU, Excellencies, speakers, and representatives of the parliaments of member states of IPU. Dear parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our works with a feeling of a duty accomplished and having strengthened the values of friendship, cooperation, fraternity of Africans with the rest of the world, represented here by parliamentarians from all continents. We congratulate the outgoing president of IPU, Mr. Pacheco, for the great promotion he made of IPU and for having concluded his mandate in a Portuguese-speaking country, Angola. It's a true expression of my feelings. We are united. It's a word of solidarity and token of friendship when Angolans greet their friends. Africa has elected for the first time ever an African woman from Eastern Africa, a region of brave women and men filled with resilience. Honorable Tulio Haxam, Speaker of the United Republic of Tanzania, has been elected the President of IPU. It's a tribute to the women who are speakers of our region, represented by Zambia, Malawi, South Sudan, Mozambique, Tanzania, South Africa, and Angola. We also we'd like to congratulate Bahamas as the 180th member of IPU. Bahamas also has a speaker, a young woman who strengthens women's representation in this organization. More than 1,500 delegates representing 138 parliaments members of IPU came to Luanda to strengthen the role of peace, justice, towards a parliamentary action in favor of development, defense of fundamental human rights, combating terrorism, and the preservation of the environment, striving for alternative solutions for the effects of climate change and energy crisis. This assembly has equally showed the importance of inclusion, particularly inclusion of young people, the biggest human potential of our countries, as well as the inclusion of women who make up the majority of population at world level. It is unquestionable the value of women in the struggle for peace at worldwide level, for sustainable development, in particular, in farming, in services, trade, social action at the service of the underprivileged populations. Let me enhance on this occasion the examples of the wonderful negotiation skills and art of diplomacy of Angolan women based upon dialogue, striving for peace, which goes back to struggle against colonialism. And I'd like to pay tribute to the Queen Zingabandi from Congo, which left its name enshrined in the history of the Angolan resistance. It is with a great satisfaction that we have seen the fascination of our illustrious visitors for the generosity, hospitality, and natural joy of Angolans and the natural beauty of the tropical beaches on the Atlantic. And I'm only sorry that we haven't visited Angola from Cabinda to Cunene and have seen huge rivers which cross the interland. The flora and fauna, since the forest of Mayongo in Cabinda, to the Bay of Okavango in Zambezi, the dunes of sub-Saharan desert in Namibia, which follow the crossing of the maritime coast, and not having the opportunity to having socialized more and getting to know more our very rich culture based upon rich cultural African values. Ladies and gentlemen, as a result of the intense debates which were held here, I can conclude that each one of us parliamentarians will have to defend and advocate the values of dialogue and tolerance as privileged means towards the harmonization of differences between peoples and states. It has never been as urgent and as necessary parliamentary diplomacy for us at all levels to increase the awareness of our governments and several institutions in favor of peace. All parliamentarians will keep on developing a strong parliamentarian action in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 16, which consider parliaments as a key body for governance in any country. Through the legislative initiative, adoption of budgets, and the oversight of executive action, Parliament makes it possible to have a better governance at national, regional, and local level, and reinstates the conditions for social peace, able to support social development and promote democracy at all levels. We have reiterated in the Luanda Assembly the need for parliaments to have more young people, more women, more minority and underprivileged groups in discussions and decisions. Finally, I consider that our generation has the mission of setting aside the ghosts of the bleak times of mankind and promote the legacy of a world of peace and prosperity for all, and that these should become a fundamental factor for our collective existence. Allow me to conclude, to address my particular word of thanks to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Angola, Mr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, for his unwavering support, without which Angola could not have successfully hosted the 147th IPU Assembly. To all parliamentarians across the world, to speakers whose contributions have enabled us to have a great conference, and lastly, to all of those who have contributed towards the success of this great event of the world parliamentary diplomacy, a word of thanks to all of those who return to their countries. I wish you a safe trip home, and we wish to welcome you again in our beautiful country. Thank you.
Fica a palavra saudade.
I think that we're all going to miss you. There is a Portuguese word called saudade, which means you depart, but you're still in your hearts. Thank you.
Não é ainda, por favor, não é ainda.
We haven't finished yet.
Não é ainda, porque temos que.
Before closing the session, Mr. Secretary General,
Queremos entregar.
We'd like to give the speaker what you're going to use for the official closing of the 147th IPU Assembly here in Luanda, which will be in our memories. Thank you very much. I think we're going to use this here in the National Assembly. I would invite you, Madam President.
New President, to join us to the final moment with the Aten of IPU. É só declarar encerrado, Sr. Presidente.
Declaro já quando ela subir.
Sim, quando ela chegar aqui. Tem que dizer que declarar encerrado. Bate ali.
Bate ali. Declaro encerrado.
Solemnly declare closed the 147th IPU Assembly.
Bela, não é? Vamos, convido todos.
I invite you all to raise and to listen to the hymn of IPU all together.